What's going on, everybody? Happy Sunday. We're making our way through the old 10th anniversary of live streaming DD2, and we actually did make a ton of progress yesterday. We made about 2 years worth of progress. What's going on, Siri? How you doing? Now, we are gonna... What are the chances we see the drug dealer today? I probably won't be actually showing any Barb videos on this one. I will be past the point of the Barb being in the game. What's up, Richard? Aramir, how you doing? But we're not going to go fully to current day. So we'll leave a lot of that cheddar cheesery to your imagination for the future. But anyway, let's start things off right away for the notification squad. Thank you all so much for showing up early. Sith Phil, what's going on, man? So we're going to start off on YouTube today. In YouTube chat, give me a hashtag 10 years. Hashtag 10 years. And we are going to give away the juicy item of your choice for DD1, DD2, or Dungeon Defenders Awakened. We got a Juicy Fruit Pet for DD1, a Juicy Head Flare for DD2, or a Juicy Fruit Pet for Dungeon Defenders Awakened. Now, you're going to want to... Daniel? Alex, what up, what up? Zaja? Hello again. Anyway, get it in there, y'all. This one's going to be a quick giveaway. Now, remember, if you win on YouTube, you have to send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord to claim your reward. And YouTube, of course, does not have an instant messaging system. So, yeah. Rando, what up, what up? Anyway, so this one's for the juicy item of your choice. Cam, Garden, what up? Captain Lunch, Nordic is here. And I'm sure I missed somebody else. But thank you all so much. So here we go. Winners got to contact me on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord to claim your reward. And it's any juicy item for any Dungeon Defenders game. So here we go. And the winner is... Alex! Congrats, Alex. You have won. So send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord. Let me know where you're going to send me a message. And I will get you the reward of your choice for DD1, DD2, or Dungeon Defenders Awakened. Alright, now let's head on over to the Twitches now. Give me a hashtag 10 years in Twitch chat. Hashtag 10 years in Twitch chat. Try to make these go relatively quick. That way we can jump right on into the history here. Hey, 10 more years. I hope so. I think at this point we need a new game mode. A new game mode would definitely breathe some life back into the game for sure. All right, give you guys 10 more seconds. We got a few more entries there. I'll give you guys a couple more seconds since all the later entries started flowing in. All right, and here we go. The winner is Siri. Congrats there, Siri. Let me know in chat there what item you want. DD1, DD2, or DDA, and I will get you squared away promptly. But congrats to you there, Siri. So which item are you looking for there, Siri? 82? All right. Let me get you on here real quick. See if I can find one. Here we go. So I just whispered it to you, Siri. Just enter that code in the mailbox in game, and that will get you your reward. So congrats to you. All right, Alex, let me know if is that you that just sent me a message on Discord. So if you could just let me know that's you. Sadly, there's lots of scammers with these things, so I need to verify that that is indeed you. So if you would, just say something in chat. Yeah, okay. So that is indeed you. All right, so I just sent it back to you in Discord there. Once again, just redeem that at the mailbox in-game, and you are good to go. All right, so let's hop into the goodies. So where we left off yesterday was right at the addition of the Abyss Lord. This is still in the pre-alpha era of the game. And the Abyss Lord came in. Now, the Abyss Lord was an absolute powerhouse right out of the gates with the skeletal archers. We just didn't have any defense in the game with that kind of range and that kind of power at all. So let's take a look at what the Abyss Lord looked like right at launch day. Launch day of the Abyss Lord, of course.
Best gear in the game drops with the chance of getting an Item Power 750 chess piece.
Get rid of the music there.
So awesome. We're going to do this a little different fashion today, though. I'm going to use a boosted Abyss Lord.
So in this era of the game, the maximum item power, as we went over yesterday, was 700. However, the victory chest of incursion maps had the chance to drop a 750 item, or up to 750. So it was pretty huge. It was a big power gain going from 700 to 750. And that made the farm spots incursion maps. Now, it was a very limited number of incursion maps. As you see there, there's what? Either 6 or 7. The UI is nostalgic. Oh, yeah. There's either 6 or 7 incursion maps. I don't remember if there's another one underneath here.
Build. And I'm going to use
take a
Abyss
peek.
Lord as DPS, as a tower builder, and as my waller. Let's go ahead and hop right in.
Now, it looks like it was just 6.
And get things started here.
So for Nightmare 4, there was only 6 possible incursions you could do, and of course there was bugs.
Item power 693.
We'll get in there, though.
There we go. Huh. How strange. Don't know what that was about. Super fun map.
Yeah, the video is a little quiet, but one of the challenges I have at this era is I was and using absolutely tragic hardware. So if I turn it up louder, then the in-game music is going to drown out. It's just going to be really loud. So the voice volumes in this era is definitely a little suspect. Holy crap. Sith Phil, thank you so much. Good Lord, man. Wow. 30 gift subs from Sith Phil. Holy shitballs.
But let's go ahead and build it out. Now, we are using a boosted.
I can turn it up a little.
Build, so we're going to bring a boost monk along with some increased range boost auras. And
here's the skill spheres we were using.
Up. In addition, I am going to throw down some Serenity auras for a little Purge Evil in the middle.
Now there, we talked about it quite a bit yesterday. Let's look at that again.
With some increased range boost auras. And we're going to get that blockade health up. In addition...
All right, there we go. Purge Evil. This was absolutely incredible. It went on the Serenity Aura, which is no longer in the game. And the Serenity Aura was basically a healing aura. However, there was this particular passive, Purge Evil. It only rolled on that weapon. Garden, thank you so much. I do appreciate it. And thanks for subscribing there, Umbreon. You see this one, I believe it went up to 400%. This one, enemies defeated inside Serenity are explode, dealing 351% of defense power magic damage to nearby enemies, which this was absolutely huge. Additionally, it would chain, because you see enemies killed by Purge Evil would also explode. So if your towers killed one thing and exploded, oh, well, thank you so much, Garden. And then the explosion killed another thing, that thing would explode, and then would kill another thing, and that thing would explode, etc. And it just made massive chain explosions, which was crazy powerful. And one of the reasons that the Serenity Aura is currently gone from the game. Now, the Serenity Aura ended up becoming the Boost Aura. So you will see it looks like a Boost Aura. And the Boost Aura, of course, has that shard that's nowhere near this. But
I am going to throw down some Serenity Auras for a little Purge Evil in the mix. Let's go ahead and get things going here.
The dinging is Sith Phil's gift sub, y'all, if you're wondering over on YouTube.
Slowest runner. I don't know why I always start off on the monk, but good
this is
Lord,
pre-double jump on the monk too. But check out this Abyss Lord
shoes
build.
Or something, some running shoes.
This is like within the day or two after
anyway,
the Abyss Lord
we're gonna
launched.
Go with boost right there.
The old Boost Auras.
Boost right there. And a boost right there. And then we're just going to slap down a Serenity Aura right
There's
in
the
the
Serenity
center
Aura.
of each one of these pathways.
Pardon me.
Get a little Purge Evil in the mix.
Purge Evil. Oh, that was so good.
Alright, now we're done with the monk, so I can just go ahead and get him right out of there. And it's time to lay down some walls. Now, on my waller, I am using Skeletal Orcs with Fortitude. Skeletal Orc and Colossus have their defense health increased by 15%, but their defense power reduced by 10%. Very important.
Garden,
Fatal
thank you
Guard,
so much.
which I'm going to have in the mix also in case one of my Skeletal Orcs goes down. In addition,
appreciate it.
I'm going to be taking advantage of Electric Fingers to see if we can get some combos proc in here. So I'm not going to be using Colossus at all. We're going to go with one Skeletal Orc right as far out as you can get them, really, to stay in that boost beam.
Oh, there we go. The notification's caught up.
And you see they're going to be rocking 740,000 health right out of the gates. So very, very nice.
Like some kind of text
And
issue
we're
with
gonna
them
get
now. I'll have to look at
Awesome.
that.
Okay, we're done with walls. We can hop right on over to our builder. Now, I'm going to be focusing heavily on Bone Archers, of course. However,
It's not a Boost Aura. It's a Serenity Aura.
I am
It's an
indeed
entirely different aura.
going to use the Skeletal Ramster a bit, as I don't really have the gear for it. All of my gear is designed 100%. Well, I do have a couple pieces, I guess.
So here you would get the passives Archer damage, which did exactly as you said. But then also, additionally, you know, the Explosive Arrows Shard originally was a passive then. You know, this was pre-shards existing.
Well, that's all direct command. I'm not going to be using direct command. But anyway, everything's based around archer damage and the skeletal archers. However,
Oh, they went up to
I did
60
bring along that
there,
skill
Richard.
sphere steam powered. And I'm going to drench these enemies for 8 seconds and slow them down a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and get some ramsters laid down. We're going to put one directly behind the core,
What's up, Batman?
pointed that way. Another one directly behind, ideally in this other boost aura, pointed off this
Remember,
way.
the boost auras
and
are
then
those
one
things that
right
look
in
like flame
front, and
auras
it actually
there.
lets you build it really, really close there. So get it in as close as you can get it. And then make sure you're covering this corridor.
This
So
is
we're looking pretty solid
pre-EV
so
as
far.
well.
All we really need now is some archers. Now, we've got enough to throw down an archer right on the corner, covering both lanes, with a second just covering the middle lane. And then we've got
I don't know if you can see
an
the
archer on the
range, but
corner
it's like
here covering
overlapping
both
those
lanes,
rails way,
with
way
a second
out.
just covering the middle. And that's going to leave us what we've got 160
Well, it's all
left.
relative. There were 60
So that's
upgrade
gonna leave
levels,
us
but gold
enough
wasn't like it is
BU
today.
for 4 more archers.
It would
and we're just
cost
gonna
like
throw
well
those
over
right
a
up
million
top,
gold, which was a lot back then.
just straight across in this boost star right here. Getting these archers boosted because they do put out a impressive amount of damage, and when they're boosted, it goes from impressive to damn near disgusting.
Well, because we're watching a
The amount
video
they
and
can
I'm
put
talking
out.
over it there, Batman. That's
So
why
we're
you hear me
boosted up
twice.
now, and with the boost, they're saying unupgraded is 45,000 damage per second. Of course, that's just insane. And then we also have...
Do you hear that? 45,000 damage per second, and I just said, and that's insane. Just to give you an idea, this is pre-power creep. Now the game, of course, suffers from just massive, massive power creep, allowing us to get into just ridiculous numbers. That was considered, the 45,000 DPS was considered crazy back then.
explosive arrows in the mix on the weapon and on the relic.
And
So-
then that's the benefit of those passives on Gear 2, is if you really wanted to focus on one thing, you could stack it. So like we got explosive arrows on 2 different things there, which stacked both of the proc chances, which means it was just going to be going off constantly. What's up, Ping Pang?
Let's go ahead and hop on over now to our DPS character. Got our trusty Caustic Dragolich out. Still a Lobby, just leveling him up now. But
That's
we are
right
gonna
after
be
the
focusing
Dragolich,
mainly
the green
on
Drago launched.
just laying down Abyss Stones. Now, you see, I don't have many passives for it. I'm still building my set, but I want to try to get the Abyss Stones mana cost reduced as much as I can, because Power Overwhelming is a pretty incredible skill sphere. Ability power is increased by 20%, but mana cost of abilities is also increased by 30%. So because of that skill sphere, I'm
That, of
getting
course,
a
turned
lot
into a
of additional
shard.
damage, but the mana cost of my abilities is through the roof. As you see, 63 to lay down an Abyss Stone. So let's go ahead and spend this last 500 and
Getting everything upgraded. Let's watch the wave running, though.
It's definitely a strong AoE build.
What year is this from? Let me see.
And you're
That
basically
was
just
May
cycling
14th,
through
2016.
collecting and spending your blue mana. And as you do that, you know, you can have just crazy AoE damage opportunities. As you see, this entire pack of mobs is going to come in very, very weak before they even get into the line of my defenses. And it makes it just a piece of cake to burn them down. Now, you can also burn down whole packs just sitting right in front of them. I've seen it get as high as like maybe 100,000 DPS on the dummy, and that's 100,000 AoE DPS. Oh, and I just accidentally moved my healing
Somebody
fountain.
playing
I'm
the
gonna
Abyss
throw
Lord
that back
actively?
downstairs in between waves.
It looks real
A little
different.
boo-boo there. I forget which... I've got all these abilities, of course, keybound to my mouse, and I forget which ones I'm using at times. Anyway, as with any incursion build here, you want to be concerned about your blockades. Now, even though my walls are pretty insane, even at their current state...
So that was 900,000 at tier 2, 1.1 million at tier 3. And once again, that was considered insane at the time. Like, that was ridiculous numbers.
I'm still going to show them some love and get them, let's get them over that million range. That way, I don't really have to worry about them too much, and I know they're going to be able to take a beating.
Now, we get a little bit of it on the Abyss
Throw
Lord
some
with
more
the
upgrades around here. Let's
the,
get these Ramsters upped. Get a little bit more range and a little more damage
the
out of
skill
those
sphere.
guys. Now, even though I'm not focused on the Ramsters, remember, they're still doing 49,000 damage per second with one upgrade. They got an awesome range, and they hit hard, plus they give that drench, which is going to combo if anything gets up close to my skeletal orcs here.
vanilla
I'm going to go ahead and save that
Ramsters
last
drenched
100,
by
and
default.
I got to reset my healing fountain down here since I nubbed it up. Let's put it right
Yeah,
back
that
down
healing
here. Get
fountain
that
gave you
speed buff
the-
going.
Gave you the
Yeah,
speed.
we'll start off on red this time. See if we get lucky. I'm telling you, those stones are just insane, and you can throw down as much as you have mana for. So, I mean, it's just really, really powerful. Now I'm going to have two Skeletal Knights this wave. Still don't have to pay too much attention to them, but I don't want to stray too far away. And want to make sure that, you know, I'm taking care of business down here. Okay, so he's going to be red, and he's right here. So that was just too easy for the first one.
I don't really recommend DD2 characters. I recommend people get what they want.
I love the concept of
don't throw
the
me into the mix there, because my recommendation is
and basically
get
you're
what's
getting
the
a
most
tower
fun.
there for, you know, obviously a limited amount of time. The only one that's going to stay is that fountain, and it's going to stay until it's done, of course. And we got an ogre coming in, but I'm still waiting for my second skeletal knight. So I'm not, or pardon me, my second.
I might do another video on that soon.
Good lord, I forgot what they're called.
Suggested heroes.
My second little colored dude here, Spectral Knight. There we go.
Well, it needs a new game mode. They can't
we're going to be
change
purple
the
this time
current game.
around,
They
so we
need
have
to
to
add
get
to
back
it.
in quickly and change our stones over. Come on.
We're not really seeing the archers in action on this one,
and then
which I was hoping to showcase. I'm sure that we'll see them in another video along here. Uh-oh.
All right, so that should be all of our
it's because I'm doing that incursion solo, and you really had to cleanse those knights very actively before.
Get a little damage in on these guys. Actually, just burning the whole pack pretty much. Very nice.
So yeah, we're not going to get to see the
up.
archers really shine here. I'm sure I will show it in another video. Now here we go, right after... Well, no, see, that's not the thing. I mean, they need to bring loot farming back, but the thing is if they add another difficulty, or if they add another map, it's going to give you 1 day of play. That's it. If they add a difficulty, it would give you several days of play. But it will take them months to put something in the game that somebody's only going to play for a day or two. So what they need to do is put in an entirely new game mode that gives us an entirely new grind to start working on. And then that would keep people playing. The problem with the last several years' updates is you add a new hero or you add a new map and you're done with it in a weekend and you're waiting for the next update, but it's going to take them 6 months to get it done. Now, just shortly, right after, what are the dates on these? See, this one is May 14th, and this video is May 22nd.
If you could see that electrocute proc. I caught
so
it
it's
just out of
just
the corner of
shortly
my eye.
after.
But the mob was all the way out here.
The Abyss Lord launched and the EV launched. So remember, at the time here, this was Trendy Entertainment. They had 100+ employees working there, so there was just constant content being pumped out. Now, this next video here is right after the EV launched, and everyone got to see the power of that Proton charge, which was crazy imbalanced at all. Crazy imbalanced. At this particular era, like a hero that was okay did about 75 million DPS. A hero that was pretty good did about 100 million DPS. And then a hero that was like completely fine-tuned and min-maxed did maybe like 150 million DPS. And then the EV rolls along, and we also got some passives to buff heroes, which is now, you'll see here, it's now the empowered aura
shard. What's going on, everyone? Juice Bags here, and
well,
welcome back
to
some
the first time busting into a million.
Another quick look at the EV2. Now, I've been pretty amazed with the amount of damage the EV can put out.
Yeah, that's much. That's many years after where we're at right now.
But first things first, let's take a quick look at the meat of it. Now, everything we're going to do here is
maybe
going
not
to involve
many years,
our Proton
but at least a year.
Proton charge. You see, just by assuming the position with that and just spraying into it without using any pet abilities or anything, we
so you see they're doing like 250 to 300 million DPS. And like I said, at the time, it was a game where like the best fine-tuned heroes out there were doing like 150,000. And we're doing 300,000.
Pretty nicely at that 280, 290,000 DPS range. Pretty awesome in itself.
As with many
blow off some of
free-to-play
this heat.
games, no different when DD2. A lot of times when a character first released, it was really, really OP. And, you know, of course, I think, now, I don't know, of course, but my guess is, since it's a free-to-play game and people are paying for the hero, then, you know, you make something OP, it encourages people to spend, etc., etc. And I think that was definitely the case with the EV in this million DPS.
Now, we all know the pet.
This was also the start of buff stacking, which we didn't really have buff stacking before this. So to get to that million DPS for this video, I probably used Drago plus like an empowered aura.
For DPS,
Well, yeah, that's the
Drago
natural
Lich.
way
So let's
with
go
most
ahead
games.
and throw him into the mix
Super
here.
powerful at launch,
We'll go
then
ahead
gets
and
nerfed after
rip
everybody
off
buys
our
it.
280,000, then pop Drago Lich, and let's see what we get to. See, we're over 700k there with
700K.
Drago Lich burning. Very, very nice indeed. 700 some 20-some thousand, whatever it was. Extremely awesome. Now, let's go ahead and take this to the next level and bust out our friendly monk, who just happens to have Empowering
What up,
Calm
Fana?
equipped.
So there we
for
go,
a-
Empowering Calm. Now this is empowered auras as a shard. Before, it only worked on that Serenity aura, and it was a 25% hero damage increase.
A 25% increase in hero damage. So let's slap that bad boy down there. Switch back over to our EV and see what he can do now. You see now, sitting in a Serenity aura there, we're up into the 380,000, 340,000 range. Looks like we're going to stick at 340,000 as far as the sustained DPS that we can hold off. Not too shabby there. Now, of course, let's go ahead and throw Drago into the mix.
So Drago and an empowered aura
And see what
plus
we
the
can get to
EV
now.
beam.
With
And that was
Drago
the
Lich
first
popped,
way to get
we're
over
in
a
the
million
868,
DPS.
861,
Or did I do
859.
something else? I may have done
So we're in
something
the
else too.
860,000 DPS range. Pretty damn impressive. Now let's go ahead and take this one more step further
Or yeah, I guess I did.
and use some of those lovely little carnival buffs
Oh, carnival
that our
buffs.
inventories are plagued with. I'm going to pop the strongman and the spell casting to get my hero power and my ability power up a little bit. And then let's go ahead and
At
check
this
it out
state
now.
in the game, the beam scaled off of hero damage and ability power, so you wanted to stack both of them
So just
to
with
get your beam power up.
the Proton cannon itself, 425,000, 375,000.
Yeah, the popcorn would have stacked
Looks
as
like
well.
we're going to stay in the 374,000, 375,000 range. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Now let's do the same thing and pop Drago Lich into the mix. And you see now we're at the 950,000 range. Whoa! Almost a million. Now
did
we
I
can
not get
get
over a million?
spikes of over a million. So let me show you how we're going to do that. If we go ahead and drop our lovely little gravity bots.
Oh,
just
I
happen to
used the
have,
grab bot too.
The big boy
All
weapon
right.
passive.
But there we
And
go.
let's see
That
if we
is
can
the
get-
launch version of the EV. Now, at this state in the game, the only defense that was really, really good, of course, the reflect beam is a reflect beam, which is just super useful. So that became useful instantly. At the time, the buff beam was kind of a hunk of crap. It didn't do real well, so not many people used them. And then additionally, the proton beam was kind of a powerhouse. For DPS, you could use proton beams as your main DPS. Now remember, this is before chaos enemies came to the game. So with that in mind, there was no cyborgs to stun them. There was no dragons making enemies resistant to crowd control. None of that stuff existed yet. So that is a look at the DPS. The first time I was ever able to get over a million DPS in the game in Dungeon Defenders 2, and that was with the EV. Now, this next one, I don't even know what's in it, but I threw it on here because this was my 100th episode of Dungeon Defenders 2. At this point, right now, I'm up to the point where, like, I'm coming up on episode 5,000, just to give you a little frame of reference. But this was at episode 100, and these are the proton beams.
What's going on,
action.
everyone? Juicebags here, and I cannot believe it, but this is
look how strong they are.
The 100th Dungeon Defenders 2 video to go up on my channel. It just amazes me that there's been that many. I'm just loving the game and loving what I'm doing so far with it, that the time is just flying by ridiculously fast. Anyway, I figured what better way to celebrate that than 10 minutes of soothing royalty-free reggae and some Proton goodness. Hope you enjoy.
You'll see a lot of proton beams being used in these next few videos because they were very, very, very meta at the time. Thanks for following. They're Juicy. There's that laser burning down an orc. Just destroying the flyers. Proton beams were awesome. I used them a lot back then. That and they were just crazy good. They were really strong. Absolutely outrageous. Or here's Life Root looking, just double stacking, crossing them over. Just more proton beams. Remember, each string of a node counts as its own defense. So every one of those is hitting individually. So if one mob is standing on top of 5 of those strings, all 5 of them would hit it independently. Thanks so much for subscribing there, Charlotte. Take a look at Sammy. Do I show Sammy in the video? Nope, I guess I don't. But yeah, just a crazy, crazy powerhouse. That was I think one of the things that people think this era of the game was the best era of the game was you could use what you wanted. Now, as you see, I've got the Frosty Power going here. So Frosty Power was still crazy powerful, and of course works hand in hand with the proton beams. So that was, you know, just a huge, huge power gain. But at this era of the game, there were no hard counters. The only hard counters were magic resist and physical resist. There was no cyborgs or geodes or, you know, none of that was in the game yet. You see, there's Satch. Takes a while, but eventually the boss does get burned. The mini bosses were a lot tankier back then. Because unless, you know, of course here I'm trying to AFK it. Unless you're just blasting them with something that's broken powerful, the bosses just didn't die that fast. And then you can see some arrows flying in the background too, so apparently I had some backup archers there for the big single target damage. But yeah, that is my 100th episode of a Dungeon Defenders 2 video ever. All right, let's go through one more. Did I do? Let's see, next up we got the spooky bosses. This aspect they removed from the game. I'm assuming it was something majorly buggy. But when the Temple of the Necrotic map, oh no, we were in the era.
What's going on, everyone?
I went back.
Here, and I cannot.
We were in the era of super loud intros, so I'll try to skip past it. There's my original logo too. That was the whole thought of the juice the orange drinking the orange juice. Everybody says it's cannibalistic. That was a stock image off of some stock image website that I bought. And that was my original logo. Now I eventually had, and I paid an artist to custom make the new logo that I still use today. But yeah, that's the original logo. So yeah, anyway, the very first Halloween event in the game, they that brought 2 new maps. They're still in the game today. The Dead Road and Temple of the Necrotic. Those were 2 Halloween event maps. They ended up staying, but they were introduced part of the Halloween event, and the incursion version of Temple of the Necrotic had a special way to summon the spooky bosses. The spooky bosses now, of course, we get in several places throughout the game. Like they're in the Wild West. They're constantly popping up, and they drop those special spooky weapons. This was how you had to get them back in the day originally. Let me see if I can skip past this intro because it is just incredibly loud. At this state in my YouTube career, I had no idea how to edit audio. Now, of course, I go through and I process all of the audio and everything before I put it in. So there's just big volume spikes like on the little intro cut. But here we go. This is how to summon the spooky bosses, which is now removed, sadly, because it was a fun little thing and it required 4 players. So it was another reason to play together in a group. But here we go.
What's going on, everyone? Juicebags here, and welcome back to some Dungeon Defenders 2. Now, Ed Course posted in the comments of my Steam group was looking for some people to do the spooky bosses on Temple of the Necrotic. And I actually wanted to kind of put together a run of that myself. However, there's so few people that actually know how to get it done. And it seems like every time I've attempted of late.
Another thing to note, you see down in the bottom, it no longer says pre-alpha. It now says alpha. So the game took one step forward from pre-alpha to alpha at this stage. Now, I also mentioned the constant problem that plagues every co-op game as far as doing public matches. And that is like the spooky bosses, you had to have a coordinated team. People needed to know what they were doing. And it was nearly impossible to find, particularly in a public match, because people would just join the public matches and want to sit there and AFK. And that's, that's a problem that exists in every co-op game, really, is you're at the mercy of the matchmaking system and who's going to join your game,
People don't quite understand how it works. So I wanted to do a quick little tutorial on how to summon the spooky bosses on Temple of the Necrotic.
What I was doing after this is I was actually running maps, and I would tell people, go watch this video before I would build the map, and I would make them look and see how to do it. Is the only way I was able to get this little, it was a secret at the time, but it was the only way I could get it done.
So here we go, endgame, Nightmare 4, Temple of the Necrotic, pardon me. And let's jump right on in. Now, you summon these bosses on Wave 6. So at the beginning of Wave 6, before you actually start Wave 6, everyone needs to get their respected position. Now, if you look on the mini-map and you see this, the building surrounding the Holy Artifact, you see there's 4 pillars.
What's up, Sir
one
Spinny?
on each corner. And basically, each member of your group just needs to stand on one of the respected pillars.
Here's another thing that's never changed.
So one person's going to stand right here. Another person's going to jump around. Whoop.
Fail jumping.
Easy to fall off.
No matter how long I play,
quite paying
fail
attention.
Jumping will never go away.
Anyway, one person's going to stand here. Of course, if you get the EV2, you can just pop right up on top of that bad boy pretty easily. God dang it.
I just couldn't get over. I couldn't jump up there.
Oh, I can do it. I promise.
Nowadays, I would edit all that fail jumping out.
Another person, of course, is going to stand here.
So
the third person.
The basic philosophy here was if you look at the mini map here, yeah, we're going through the history of Dungeon Defenders 2 for the 10-year anniversary there, Sir Spinny. We're up to June 2016 at the moment. So if you look at the mini map, and everybody knows that little sub-objective there on this map, And you've got the 4 little columns on the mini map. How this secret worked is all 4 players, one person had to stand on each one of those columns. And then here's the tricky part. You all had to hit G at the exact same time. And if you didn't all hit G at the exact same time, it wouldn't summon the bosses. So this one was nearly impossible to get a 4-player group capable of getting this done.
Is going to stand on this pillar over here. And then the 4th person needs to jump all the way across and stand on this pillar here. Now, if each member of your group is on a pillar, you're about to start wave 6, all you have to do is, as you're all standing here, hit G at the relatively the same time. So do a little countdown and then all hit G together. And then the spooky bosses are all going to pop up right out of this entrance down below right here.
And for anyone curious, that is what that entrance down there was originally for the spooky bosses to spawn. So they would run out of this. Like, people see this now after running the map, and they're like, what's the deal with that lane? Well, that lane was the spooky boss lane. And of course, this little secret is no longer in the game.
Of course, there's a good chance of dropping the respected weapons, the spooky weapons like this one I'm using right here. So
that was like one of the, obviously visually it looks nice, but that was one of the hottest weapons at the time, was to get that pole arm in the spooky version. All right, let's jump on over to Power Surge. Actually, we'll get to one of my favorite videos, and I'm so glad I was able to find it. But let's do Power Surge first. Now, remember, this is Chaos 7 was the max. Prime Incursions didn't exist. This was a way... the Dryad World Tree issue didn't exist here yet. This was like right when Power Surge first launched, and it was very challenging to do. And you'll see this now, and you'll think it's an absolute joke, because it kind of is. Ooh, God dang it, I went back again. Because this would never, ever work in Prime Incursions. So this is the original runs, for me personally, on Power Surge. We'll skip past that little noisy intro here.
And I just got home from work. I did go and do the new map once just to try it out. I actually nailed it on my first try, which I thought it was going to be a little more difficult than that. And it's definitely a chaotic map. But was actually able to get a pretty decent glaive on my first run, 749. Haven't tried it out on the monk yet. Got that walking
Skip
tempest
past the
course.
pleasantries.
I'm going to have to look at a few other ones. You do it on a hero that has some sort of walls or blockades. Now, they're only going to last 35 seconds. That's the whole deal with this map, is all your towers, they insta-build, but they only last 35 seconds.
Oh, yeah, it's big
so,
bacon back then.
It's constant spamming shit on the ground, and it's actually kind of fun. I mean, like I said, I only did it once, so but I did nail it on the first try, and it was pretty fun to do overall. But anyway,
now remember, at this era, the archers were still broken OP. They were hitting incredibly hard compared to other defenses.
Easier is if you just found a nice stationary spot and just spammed your towers down from there. You don't actually have to go and run around all over the place. You can spam this from there, but it'd probably be a good idea to make sure you keep that skeletal orc up as often as you can, as that definitely helps out quite a bit. But anyway, let's go ahead and get started. I'm gonna throw a couple of blocks around here and then just G it up. Of course, those towers are only gonna last 35 seconds, so I don't want to waste any time. Now, when you start off on your first wave, you're gonna definitely, if you're bringing your archers, you're gonna have a little benefit if you spam them out this way. Reason being is they're gonna pretty easily hit all those lanes, or hit both lanes, and you're gonna maximize each side of your archer. Now, kind of what I did from here is just kind of played around. I threw some ramsters down. I did all kinds of stuff. Just kind of had fun. And, of course, my skeletal orcs are electrified, which adds a little bit of CC for me there if I do get those ramsters in place. Oop, I'm getting a little too carried away with the ramsters. More orcs, damn it, more orcs. The answer is always more skeletal archers. Pardon me.
Yeah, just archer
The
spam
answer
for
is not
days.
more orcs. The answer is more archers. Anyway, just kind of spamming it around. You don't panic if you find yourself running out of green mana, because it is just everywhere. There's quite a bit of it laying around on the ground, as you see. You actually don't even have enough room to loot it all just from your initial chest. You're going to have an additional 100 or whatever laying there. But anyway, continue to the spammage here. Now I lost my skeletal orcs over here. I'm just going to go ahead and throw a couple of those bad boys down. We'll put one right here. And you see, just that one little mana dump was 1200 mana. So, I mean, you pick it up just insanely fast. Now,
The deal with it back
going
then with Power Surge, you could use a lot of different defenses. Like what actually, this is before the World Tree got fixed. Actually, the Dryad isn't even in the game yet. So it's before the Dryad total. The meta ended up becoming harpoons or ballistas. You would spam 3 ballistas in each lane, and then you would jump from lane to lane you would time it so the ballistas were despawning as you would arrive back to another lane. So you just slap 3 more. And then additionally, at this stage in the game, you got an enormous amount of mana, where mana wasn't an issue because you couldn't really upgrade because the tower was going to go away after 35 seconds. So it gave you a ton of mana. So it was just all about spamming more towers.
your towers, so just G it up and get to moving here. And now, of course, we got that other entrance, so I'm going to turn the archers. I'm actually going to put them down in all kinds of different directions, but
it was all about the spam. Just keep slamming archers over and over and over again.
Throw a ramster in too, just for giggles. Now, since the towers are instantly placed, one thing you'll notice right away is you can't aim them, which kind of sucks. But once you get used to it, not too big of a problem. Now the boss is coming, so we want to make sure we got lots of shit on the ground here. So I am just going to keep spamming it around.
There's a boss that's no longer in the game.
Let's get a couple of skeletal orcs here.
Explodinator. I don't even remember that one.
A little bit of that. And then I'll give them a little help up here with some archers.
I'm assuming it's a kobold boss.
Hey, your worst nightmare really at this point is having...
I'm not going to show it either.
One of these bosses get through, obviously. Oops, I guess I didn't need that other skeletal orc there, but it never hurts. I mean, you can throw one in front of the other, whatever the case is. It's gonna... The main thing is just keeping an eye on
spamming
making
archers.
sure you have one
Holy
up there.
crap.
And you see I lost this one here, so whoops, and I accidentally dropped a ramster instead. Might as well throw down another ramster to give a little assistance over here. And just kind of having fun with it. Now, I tell you, it was kind of shocking to me when I first logged on. I was able to log on just to check out some tower stats and stuff before I went to work. And I was surprised to see the nerf bat hit the EV too hard. I mean, the Proton's crit damage has drastically changed on the Proton.
I don't remember this, but apparently this is when Proton beams got nerfed.
I went from, like...
But yeah, there is Power Surge. Now, all right. You've heard people talk about it. We talked about it a lot yesterday. This next one, I've actually been searching for this video, and I was typing in the wrong search terms, and I couldn't find the video, but I just ran into it when I was going through and putting together this EV2 or this DD2 history list. And that is the Poison Dart Towers had a long window, like probably almost 2 years, where it was broken OP in 2 different ways. First off, the poison damage on it was scaled through the absolute roof and would hit crazy hard. Like the actual dart damage did very little, but the poison damage was insane. But you combine that with what's now the explosive poison shard. Back then, it was a passive roll on a toxic shock weapon. And it would chain all the way up lanes. Like it would go from the core and it would chain through packs of enemies all the way back up into the spawn. And this was a little music video I did of toxic DD2 toxic chain reactions. Let's skip that irritating intro. Glad you guys bared with me through that intro. Here we go. Toxic shock in its glory. Look at it, just chaining up the lane. This went on for almost 2 years. So crazy. You know, we got a little gap here. So there we go. There it starts. Now you see where these enemies are blowing up? These PDTs are back sitting on top of the core. So all it's doing is blowing up the enemy at the front of the pack, and then it chains all the way up. And then like here, you know, it just is going to go all the way to the spawn. Just crazy. Oh, did explosive poison get nerfed into the ground? What they didn't actually nerf the damage from explosive poison, but what they nerfed is its explosion radius. So it won't chain like this now. As it just won't hit the enemies that are, you know, that far away. And I kind of miss it, even though I do recognize the fact that it was completely busted. So much so that I would actually do live streams and the whole... There's my old outro screen. That's so funny. It was so busted that it was real. The game was super popular right now, right at this era. There was a lot of people. So it wasn't abnormal to have 800, 900 live stream viewers and a list like hours long to get into play a map on the stream. You know, that was not an unusual thing at all. So we would do, what did I call it? I don't remember what I called it, but it was basically community builds. And someone from live stream chat would come in and build the map and actually had a rule, no PDTs allowed. They were so broken that it wasn't considered a unique or original build if you had a poison dart tower anywhere in your build, because it was so busted, it would just own the map. And in fact, this stacked between multiple players. So you could get, like if you had a 2-player group, any lane in the game, you would have each player put down 1 PDT. So you'd have 2 PDTs in each lane with a buff beam and a boost aura. And that all scaled up the explosions as well. So between 2 players stacking just 1 PDT in each lane like that, it would completely annihilate any lane at all in the entirety of the game. It was so fun, but I do, like I said, you got to recognize the fact that it was completely broken. Or here's one here. You see this live stream VOD here. Live Maldonis Halloween event farm in DD2. No PDTs allowed. That's so funny. All right. So it is about time, y'all. Let's get another giveaway going. What do you think? So what do we have this time? We did the juicy giveaways last round. This time, why don't we do... Let's see. me see what I got here. How about a Protean Shelmet? Once again, Chromatic was awesome enough to hook me up with a couple of codes. I've only got two. I've got one for Twitch and one for YouTube, but they were kind enough to hook me up with some of their exclusive Chromatic only codes. So these are super hard to come by right now because Chromatic doesn't stream super often. But we're going to give one away right here. So we started the last giveaway off on YouTube. So let's start this one off on Twitch. And let's go hashtag juicy. Give me a hashtag juicy in Twitch chat, y'all. Let's throw a little music up while we're doing the giveaways. Hashtag juicy in Twitch chat. We'll do one on YouTube right after y'all, so don't worry, you are not missing out on the YouTubes. We will get you squared away as well. So a Protean Shelmet. For those that are just joining this giveaway, we did one right at the beginning of the stream for the notification squad. Just letting y'all know. Now, do not ever hit that notification button because that's the most irritating shit you will ever see in your life. So I never tell people hit the notification button because it's so damn irritating. But if you do and you show up early, sometimes you get rewarded for it. I'll give you guys like a minute here. Sounds like it was doing C1 in a fully decked out C10 gear. Probably not to that extreme, but pretty close there, Richard. Pretty close. It was busted, there's no doubt. But it was busted in a glorious, wonderful way. Give you guys another 15, 20 seconds here. Protean Shelmet. All right, here we go. Good luck, y'all. The winner is Street. Congrats there, Street. Say something in chat. Let me know you're still here, and I will get you your Protean Shelmet code. There you are. Congrats to you. So I just sent it to you via a whisper. Just redeem that code at the mailbox in-game, and that will give you a Protean Shelmet in DD2. All right, let's head over to YouTube. Let me get the bot in place here. 3, 4. I got to click through 4 screens to load the bot into YouTube chat. That's crazy. The hell, YouTube. All right, give me a hashtag juicy in YouTube chat now. Now, once again, as always, remember, if you win on YouTube, you have to contact me on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord to claim your reward. If you don't contact me, then I'm going to do another giveaway in the coming days and give it to somebody else. So YouTube has no instant messaging system. So got to contact me on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord. All of the links to all that stuff are down in the description. Give you guys a few seconds to get your juicies in there. Few more seconds here. Get them in, y'all. Get them in. I'm going to basically wait 15 seconds from the last entry. All right, looks like we are about there. So good luck, y'all. Remember, if you win, you have got to contact me. So the ball is in your court. Twitch, Twitter, or Discord, and I'll get you your code. I can't just put it in chat or someone will yoink it. All right, we got you in there, Jay. Jay looks like the last person in, so we're going to roll it. Nope, internal skills is in too now. Couple seconds. All right, and here we go. The winner is Mert. Grats there, Mert. Send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord to get your Protean Shelmet code for DD2. Congratulations. Okay, on Twitch, just type something in Twitch chat, Layer HD1, and I can send it right to you. Can send it to you right now, in fact. Just type, there you are. All right. All right, I just whispered it to you. There, Layer. So just redeem that at the mailbox in-game, and that will unlock that Protean Shelmet for you. Congrats. Beluga with the sub. Thank you so much. Oh, appreciate it. Welcome, y'all. Welcome. All right. I'm not sure why I put this one on the playlist. Is it because of Heavy Cannonball? I think this might be because of the Shatter combo. But this next video is called How to Be a Baller. So it's one of two things. It's either the Heavy Cannonball or it's the Shatter combo.
Worry about them too much anyway, huh?
Looks like it was it's both. It's both.
What's going on, everyone? Juicebags here,
So
and welcome back
at this point
to
in the game,
Defender.
Heavy Cannonballs got nerfed as well. But at this point of the game, Heavy Cannonballs were crazy OP. They would pierce through all enemies, and they were a guaranteed stun. Oh. Let me get rid of that overlay. Good call. They would pierce through enemies. They were a guaranteed stun. And additionally, they were crushing damage, which the original Shatter combo wasn't with earth damage. It was with crushing damage. And the Cannonballs had that. So let's take a look at
today I wanted to take
the OP Heavy Cannonball.
And more particularly, the Cannonballs. Now, Cannonballs, the cannons obviously need some love. I mean, there's no doubt about that in each form. In its
I guess not.
Form and in its Heavy Cannonball form. They need a little love. They put out some nice DPS. They have,
I think it was just because Shatter, maybe I did this video.
Rate on the regular Cannonballs.
So a frozen enemy hit with crushing damage would instant kill him back then.
Nicely
that got nerfed as well.
For the Shatter combo, which gives you quite a few insta kills out there. Now, every Squire builder I see of late is all about the harps, and the harps just got some love, and obviously they needed it. And you know, I'm using them too. However, I wanted to get back into the Cannonball Squire and show it a little love and possibly do a little Nightmare 4 incursion build here.
I think the reason I went back and did this video is because originally when the game first launched, the cannons were really powerful. It was like one of the go-to defenses in the game. And then as the game evolved through the Nightmare tiers, they became a little less powerful. But basically, we're going to be relying on the Shatter combo here. So the Shatter combo, of course, is now it's you hit any frozen enemy with earth damage, and that hit is going to do an additional 50% damage. What it was back then is if you hit any frozen enemy with crushing damage, which was not tied to an element, it was tied to a specific type of defense, like Earth Shatters and Cannonballs were two of the go-tos early on. And it would instant kill everything but a boss. So, you know, it wouldn't instant kill a mini boss. It would do mad damage to him. But that is what we are going to look at here was like abusing the original Shatter combo. And we're getting the freeze, of course, through Proton beams.
With a... I think
it looks like I got a Serenity Aura in there as well.
DU Proton right here on this side.
The amount of crowd control Proton beams provided back then were so absurd. That's why they would get spammed like that.
Here on this side, however, I'm only going to use a 90. And let's see.
Oh, for sure, they're dizzy.
Here we're going to go all the way up to the current turn there. And that really is kind of the perfect spot to put the protons anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and hug the corner here pretty tight, as they do, some of the mobs will come around that corner very quickly. And we're going to go with a 90 DU proton right there. Now, as it looks, the lane swings way, way out around the proton. However, most of the mobs are going to come right through that path. And then that is going to leave me... Oh, actually, I needed a 100 DU proton there, didn't I? Let me go ahead and get rid of that bad boy. Pardon me. And let's get that 100 DU proton spread out the same way.
Skip through to where the map's running.
This, a little bit of damage being done up front here. Now, although the cannons do target flyers, any of these cannon builds, you're definitely going to want to
thanks for subscribing there, Karima.
Assist with the flyers. Flyers were quite the nuisance in the game.
Looks like I'm using a blinking
really
weapon.
Up until the Abyss Lord. Once the Abyss Lord came in, flyers became kind of a non-issue. Frosties help out quite a bit with them. But
or no, that's the armored cleanser, isn't it?
It's just
it's the armored cleanser, I think.
Them yourself. Now, with the protons, of course, we have the benefit of any of the Cobalt flyers are going to dive bomb into those, and that's really going to kind of save us here. We don't have to worry about any of those guys pushing up.
So any of these mobs that get frozen and then a cannonball hits them, it was a one-tap.
Oh yeah, the roly-poly cannonballs.
See that warboard right there that got blown up?
Got some work to do, not only on just that tower in general. I hope it doesn't get removed.
Exactly what the title says there,
I think it may.
We're going through the last 10-year history of DD2.
But besides just the effectiveness of the cannonballs...
Thank you so much, buddy.
The graphic on it is one of the worst in the game. In my
Still
opinion.
is.
As far as the launch graphic of any sort of defense. That needs serious work. And it's a far cry from the original bowling balls in DD1. That's for darn sure.
The cannonball still doesn't look incredible.
When I first, that was the first Uber I bought.
Yeah, the game has changed a lot over the years. Sadly, as far as the player numbers go, it has changed for the worse compared to this era. But
I really,
obviously there were so many busted things in the game.
Flavor cannons. However, it did not. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and jump right on through at super speed all the way up to the last wave.
Well, they never remade
DD2. Here. Like
they just had lots of updates that changed the game.
Up your protons every wave. I don't usually take them all the way up, but I will throw 2 or 3 upgrades on them. And then, of course, this build is all about the cannons, so every single cannon should get some love right out of the gates from the very
cannon
first wave.
Spam for the win, huh?
Gonna get that.
Good lord, they're all over the place.
And
the way the skill spheres work then were really cool, because like we've got a mix of cannons here. There's heavy cannons and there's regular cannons. But how that worked with the skill spheres, which is similar to a shard today, but it was based off of when you placed it. And well, that's a whole nother topic that about 10% of the information actually gets shared. So there's a lot of good from that person as well that no one talks about. So it goes both ways. There's good and bad with every game, really. But no one ever discusses the good. Like DD2 wouldn't even be existent right now if it wasn't for him. But we're not going to get into that one today. Thanks for subscribing there, Kay. So that was, anyway, with the skill spheres, like if you wanted to use heavy cannonballs, you could throw cannonballs down. And then, oh, it's not probably, it's a 100% definitely. The game was scheduled to shut down, and he bought the game. And that's the only reason it still exists right now today. No, probably. That's a 100% truth. But say you wanted to mix that, you wanted some heavy cannonballs, some not heavy cannonballs. You could put that skill sphere in, put down your heavy cannonballs, then take the skill sphere out on the same hero, and put down regular cannonballs, and then you'd have both types of defense available on that map. But that was the early brokenness of the shatter combo, and at this point in the game, it only worked with cannons, and earth shatters were the only crushing damage that we had. Now, of course, it's based off of earth damage instead. All right, and then here is, it looks like I actually got, this is one of those no PDT allowed live stream VODs.
Go.
And this is the secret.
On one.
So, like I was mentioned earlier, this map had a secret in the game that got removed. This is the secret. Let's jump forward to it.
Which is significant.
So before you started Wave 7...
I think I am. Good enough.
Here we go.
So close to the end now.
No, this is the original.
So Omni, you said you've got a non-PDT build here. I've got I've actually got 3 of them that I tested solo.
Or was it the boss wave? Let's see. How do we do this?
Let's see. You do have to pay.
Oh, it is the boss wave.
In one run. I actually did that twice. Blockades.
Do we not get it?
Now these days, I think if I was going to use a 40 DU. All right, Pure Chocolate Thunder, thanks for swinging by, man.
Yeah, you guys remember Pure Chocolate Thunder?
If I was to use a 40 DU wall now, I would probably use the Mystic Wall.
It did, but this is pre-chaos enemies, anyway. So there was nobody bothered using them.
We got a bugged mob, huh?
And this is pre-shards as well, so there wasn't that crazy explosion damage.
Rolling up from behind.
All the walls DUs were changed since then. Or no, I guess we didn't do it. We didn't do the event. I thought I had a video of doing the event. Do I not? Let me see. Or was it just Wave 6? I think it may have been Wave 6. Oh, it was. So here was doing the secret. So you didn't even, that was another thing that threw people off, is you didn't do it at Wave 7. You did it at the start of Wave 6. But here was a successful group doing it.
Everybody needs to get up on top of one of these pedestals here and look towards the center, and then if we all hit G at the same time, then it's going to go. All right,
so you see on the mini map we're all on those little pedestals now.
On one.
Had to count it down in chat. And then everybody had to hit G at the same time. And you got this big uh-oh. And then all of the spooky bosses came out of that lower portal.
Oh, I got wrecked. Oh, damn. Nah, I just figured might as well do it.
I don't know why. They never said why they removed that. I'm assuming it was just something bugged with it that didn't work out. But yeah, they never, ever removed it. All right, so we're getting a little bit closer to launch here now. What was the date on this one? Actually, we're still about 6 months away from 1.0 launch. And it looks like next up we had the Terraria crossover. Yeah, they added the orange chest in there. We got the Terraria crossover here. Let's see what this... Ooh. Let me skip that. Or here we go.
I finally made it home from work.
This was tips and tricks for the biome. Now, if I remember correctly, I show a huge exploit in this video.
God, I gotta change my schedule so I'm off on Tuesdays. I'm always missing the patch day. Now I was able to get up early this morning.
PDTs and archers,
but I'm home from work
everywhere.
Now,
look at that.
Take a deeper look into the forest biome incursion. and give you guys a few tips and tricks, as this incursion can be just insanely easy once you figure out some of the basics.
Oh, Cher remembers this time.
We all know throughout the map, the flat-topped mushroom, the various little buffs you can get. In my opinion, all of those are there really mainly just for fun. The way the map itself currently stands, none of those buffs are really going to do anything for you, with the exception of one, and that is the poison debuff. You get that
The poison
from grabbing one of these vile mushrooms.
That vile mushroom poison debuff instantly exploded the boss. Like, it was so broken. It did massive DPS. I mean, it would hit, like, in an era where a completely dialed in hero was doing, say, 1,000,000 DPS. This particular thing was doing like 50 million DPS, just to give you an example of how broken it was. But yeah, the vile mushroom, that got changed pretty quickly, of course.
And then heading it back over to where you would craft the potions and items. And the vile mushroom will work on the imbuing station or on the alchemy table. You do not want the alchemy table. That's going to give you a rage potion, which is awesome, don't get me wrong. However, for the boss fight, you're going to want to hit the imbuing station, and we'll get to that in just one moment. The rest of the buffs are kind of... like I said, I think they're just there more for fun than anything else. And, you know, hey, I'm good with a little fun. Now, second off, I've gotten lots and lots of questions about the chest. Now, currently, there's debate on whether the chest is either an RNG item or is it bugged. One of the two, as about 50% of the time you will not get the gold ingot to spawn to unlock the golden chest. Now I'm going to kill the boss here and hope I get the ingot. The ingot is always going to be found in the cavernous areas here, as far as I know, on one of these little gold colored dealies. And there's several of them around.
Probably. At this time there was like no boot shards, so you just used whatever.
One of those. Now,
like movement speed was the only boot shard that was worth using.
Ingot is if you see the message pop up, a gold ingot has spawned. After you kill the eye,
actually, there's no shards in the game at all yet.
You don't want your whole group hitting G and getting.
So
out
yeah,
of
there
the
was nothing
you want
really to fill that slot.
To hang out for a second, see if you get that message. The gold ingot.
We haven't made it to shards
yet.
If
you do, you're going to have no problem finding it, as they're actually really easy to spot once you know where to look. Before you realize they're up there on the ceiling and you run around looking on the ground, you might miss them, but they're going to be in one of those gold spots in any of the cavern areas. So let's go ahead and hop on over to the boss, and I'll show you what I mean by the power of the poison. In my live stream this morning, we were getting a lot of questions.
Well, I wasn't using it. It was just filling a slot.
And that is with the corrupted mushroom. The tooltip for it, when you highlight over the mushroom, says vile mushroom.
Like, I wasn't doing it because I thought it was worth using. It was just,
then we're going to head
there
on
was
up
nothing
to our
else to
imbuing
put in
station,
that skill sphere slot or whatever.
And you see our weapon has been imbued with poison. Then we're going to go over to whichever gate the
Watch
boss
how fast the boss
from,
dies.
And just simply going to smash his face in, as it's really quick.
Done.
And there he is. Slickillion got in the way, so you couldn't see his health actually dropping.
That was the buggy. At the time, nobody could clear this map. And, like, I don't know who discovered that, but whoever discovered that vile mushroom trick was like, oh, damn. Now, here's a post-patch after that was nerfed, just to give you a comparison of how long it took to burn. And this was with a hero at the time that was pretty good.
Too, and we are,
you know, I mean, was doing pretty good
incursion. Now, earlier today,
pretty good damage
we,
output.
Of course, got a patch to the game and the poison debuff.
Let's pop through to it. There's the skill spheres
of that empowering comm sphere, and get the additional 25% hero damage, just to make the whole process go a little quicker. So let's go ahead and check it out.
This is what it looked like killing after that. It took this long.
I just try to basically find a spot that's kind of out of the way.
And I just would basically heal through everything.
And just sit here and burn them down.
This is probably like a week after the Terraria crossover.
Like I said, you can take as long as you want with it.
You know, I've got some archers and a PDT fired into the eye, which helps out. However, doesn't really matter. I mean, even if you just had a tank, you could just sit here on a tank and let your towers burn them. I personally took the PDT archer route just to get a little bit additional damage going on him. And now you see he's reached his final stage. Still, I'm fully healed.
Yep, full on tank and spank
for another pass around. So he's not doing enough damage to take me all the way down. Even when he goes into that that final little frenzy mode. Where'd he go? There he is. Just not quite enough to get the job done there. And, you know, it takes a couple of seconds. No longer that insta-kill like the poison debuff was. However, still getting the job done pretty readily. Down to 5 million now. Just about there. And down on his last final stretch here. And there we go.
There we go.
So that
it took all that compared to that instant one tap. So that was probably, I don't know the date exactly of the Terraria crossover, but that was, I'm guessing, probably a week after that update launched. It was November 17th, 2016 when I published that video. And then originally, when the Dryad very, very first launched, all of her defenses sucked except the slime. Now, the Hornets ended up getting buffed right afterwards, and that's when all the bee spam started. But right originally, when it very first launched, it was all about the slime. And here's a look at... We're still in the Frosty Power era, so it was all about throwing traps in the lane, giving it Frosty Power. At the time, boost auras and buff beams were not wonderful. So... could be the well, I mean, everything was just crazy buggy at this time in the game. So there was no health bars like on hardly anything. So this is the original slime build using Frosty Power and slime. So you'd have to put the slimes up in the lane.
The slimes will go get the flyer, or the slimes will not go.
And then Frosty Power would buff the slimes.
But since we only have
when the enemies got close to it,
we're going to have to pay attention to some flyers. And I am assuming this world tree is going to be just a massive target for quite a few of them. Gotta watch yourself.
Entirely different game now, as far as the Dryad goes, that's for sure.
It actually looks like it's running pretty smooth so far. Now, obviously, we haven't gotten into any of the meat of the battle yet, but these
if thick vines would have been a thing back then, I would have been trying it for sure.
So once we see some tougher mobs come out, we'll see these slimes really get to work in there. Man, I tell you, I said it in the live stream the other night, and I'll say it again. If the slimes and the hornets get fixed so that they scale with defense crit, if that's even how.
Oh, that was the problem.
As you upgrade them, if the defense...
No, trees didn't buff defenses.
And scale up, these guys will, without a doubt, be the flavor of the month. I mean, they are...
Yeah, see, there it is. That was the issue with them. They didn't scale on... See, at this time of the game, crit was crazy. Like, crazy, crazy. Like, you would get up to... It wasn't percentage-based. It was based off of a damage number. And the scaling was through the roof. So, I mean, like, in comparison to today... you would have like a 10,000% crits. I mean, it would be that much more damage. So you always pumped everything into crit damage. And at the time, it did not scale off of crit damage at all.
It's actually getting the job done pretty well. You don't really see the massive impact. You saw that number there. That was 129,000 that slime crit for. I mean, they're getting it done. Here come the little kobolds, so definitely got to keep track of them. Only 35 bads left. Ooh.
It's just crazy that was a build back then. Slimes up the lane like they were explosive traps spread out or something. And Frosty Power was just the way. Now we got
I guess that was quickly fixed. What's the date on this one? This one's November 20th, 2016. Here we got, we're doing the Harbinger, and we're doing the Harbinger with bees. That was the heroes came out pretty fast and frantically then, so the Gunwitch was just kind of the flavor of the month back then. There was no reason to swap before. There was no mods, there was no shards, so like swap damage wasn't a thing. So basically, you hopped on the character you like to play, and that's who you played the waves with.
Try it myself. So here we go. First off, we are just gonna sting the shit out of the Harbinger with massive, massive hornets. So
This
first
is
things first.
Probably one of my first bee spam videos.
A tree, but of course.
What's the date on this
Now
one?
let's switch over to the build.
This one's November
Now, we'll go ahead
28th,
and start off
2016.
over here, just to make sure I have plenty of hornets in place for when the Harbinger.
Oh, yeah, there's no
decides
doubt
to come
there.
on over here and make a stand. So we're just gonna kind of spam them all around here. The more.
If
the
you threw some
merrier.
walls into the mix, this build would still work.
Let's see. I think that's a pretty solid start.
I mean,
right there.
you wouldn't get the full
That
value
is
out of having that
one
many
shitload of
bees. You'll see here how powerful bees were early because there wasn't a target limit.
Just as many as you can
All
get,
of your
spam 'em
bees
around.
could hit the target.
And
So if
basically,
you
can
spam
use
down
every
20 million
single bit
hornet's
of
nest,
BU
you would have 20 million
on
bees hitting a
mad-
target.
Mad bees. Oh, there's going to be bees. Let me tell you. Let's go right over here too. This strategy is obviously it's spammy. You know, we're spamming the same tower down over and over again. But of course, the bees being the newest hotness.
Because it was kind of
the new
busted.
Hotnesses to Dungeon Defenders.
It was
2
a
Overdrive.
balance change,
Who doesn't want to have a little hornet?
aka
farm?
nerf.
And let's see, getting close to the end now. I am going.
Well, I mean, everything was done because
like I
people
said,
were
all
having
of
fun.
EU, so when next wave rolls
DD2
around-
was definitely a no
Oh, it's
fun
on.
allowed
There's gonna
game
be
at the
more
time.
bees. But anyway, let's get it going here. Mr.
Look at
Harbinger's
all the
about to
bees
get
on the Harbinger.
wrecked.
It's hard to see there, but you can see
you
them all
see a lot
coming
of the
out right
bees
when he
come-
first spawned.
Oh, it's on. There's
Look
gonna
at
be more
this.
bees. But anyway, let's get it going here. Mr.
All
Harbinger's
those
about to get
bees.
wrecked. And you see a lot of the bees kind of derp out and just stand there. There is a little bit of an AI problem with the bees right now. However,
Well, it was pre-CG.
there's
This is
so many
trendy
bees
days.
that are attacking.
They allow
Ones
stuff
that
to
are
go
just,
forever
kind
now,
of
like the
derping out, saying
Barbarian,
aren't really
etc.
that huge of a deal. And you see, like when the Harbinger gets up on his cannon, the bees kind of quit attacking him. Whatever. We're getting it done here. Just
At
about
this
there
time,
for the
too,
wave.
it took forever for the Wyvern to come out with the gem, so you never bothered with it.
And there we go.
Like, if you
Now,
saw
like I
it, you
said,
used it,
I'm
but
not
you never
shy.
really
I'm looking
waited
for
around
bees
for the gem
all
to
over
drop.
the place. So more hornets. There actually appears to be more bugged hornets than there are actual hornets that are working, but
A lot of
whatever.
times the AI would wig
As long
out
as it
on the
works.
Hornets and they would get stuck on things and
Let's
just
see, I
sit
wanna
there.
go all the way over as close as I can to the edge. That way I've got plenty of coverage for wave 4.
At this state, the
Getting,
game was
getting
definitely
close to the
very
video.
much a loot grind game still.
And what the hell?
So
Let's,
it was all about
oop,
grinding the
can't throw
loot.
Another one. Was gonna throw one more. Can't do it. Anyway, let's just go ahead and get the Harbinger back out. Oh yeah.
So
bee
many
action.
bees on them. That's so crazy.
And then as soon as he gets off the cannon and returns back over to the middle, the bees usually get back on him again.
Well, because everything was passives on loot. You would have to look
they're
back
starting
earlier in the
around.
video or
They're
look
actually
through
going
tomorrow's
for
live
mobs
stream
now, it
VOD if
appears.
you are unfamiliar with that
And
era.
there we go. Now they're back, switching it back up to the Harbinger. And like I said, you
Loot
don't have to
was
worry about
special
the
then.
Hornets hitting the cannons. You also don't have to worry about them being destroyed by meteors. It's kind of a all-around maintenance-free build. Not going to bother upgrading into the Hornets because, of course, they're crit damage based, and crit damage does not scale currently from upgrades. So not going to worry about anything there. Oh yeah, they were going.
Yeah, Purge
right,
Evil pole arms,
right to town on him.
Frosty Power staffs.
And one last cannon to get rid of here.
They made it a lot more free-to-play friendly. You know, I mean, I understand why they made the changes.
As soon as he goes back to the middle and the bees decide to get all over him again, I'll go ahead and pop old Drago then. There we go. And that
Oh, and there we got a wyvern finally. That's the first wyvern of the match.
Bother with that wyvern, but what the hell? I'll just grab him for the last little hurrah at the end.
So of course, once you grab that gem, it's just over. You're just gonna wreck them.
There we go. Now hopping on over just to make this go even quicker. I'm popping.
You could hide down here and EV them with your beam through the wall,
spray and pray for the rest of the match.
which you probably still can.
Oh yeah, look at the bees going to town.
And that was how you could not worry about dying on the Harbinger. You would just stay down there and beam him through the terrain.
8 and change, that is.
And of course, he had that big damage resist shield even then.
Right here, the Harbinger can't really do anything to me. I'm just going to let him throw his meteors, which are going to smash into the ground there.
Well, I mean, now there's no reason to do the map.
They're on heat, so going to have to blow off some heat now. You see, those Hornets are still doing their job, though.
That was one of the negatives about taking loot away from the game.
And we're at what, 5 million now, dropping down below 4. And then assume the position one more time, and that should wipe it out here.
Taking so long to kill him, but that was very normal back then.
A little strange, some sort of strange deflection going. That's all right. He's still burning. It's not as quick as I'd like. There we go. A little Harbinger pop will take care of business for the rest of the way. And ba-bam.
There we go. Harbinger's easy as hell now.
The Harbinger has been stung.
Cycle the wyvern through two waves. Again, you collect the wyvern gem twice, and it's easy mode.
Strat. As stupid as it looks, guys, you got to try it because it's really fun. Hate to say it.
Remember, this is the era of people doing 75,000 DPS, and this was a hero doing 1 million. You know, and still took that long to burn him because of the damage resist shield. And the wyverns didn't come out as frequently. Like, you might not, back then, you might not get a wyvern in a wave. You know, you could just burn through them that slow, and a wyvern wouldn't spawn. Now the wyverns are all guaranteed. You just have to wait for them. All right, so we got more. Apparently, I was sick here on this one, and I did another music video. Let's skip that. So this is more bees. And we'll have to see. This is, I'm sure this is still where a lot of bees could attack one enemy. I don't know if we'll be able to see it. Really crappy quality video. What's this aspect ratio, this one? It looks like it's 1080p, but it looks like it's 1080p 60. It's just loud is the problem. Is why I keep skipping it. I don't want to blast y'all's eardrums out. Oh, the bees. And then once again, you put the bees up in the lane because of Frosty Power, which was the best boost at the time. That Frosty Power thing stayed around for a long time before it got nerfed. Now it's just real niche to use it at all anymore. Yeah, like I said, it's very niche. Very few uses in the game. But yeah, there is more bee spam. Oh, here's another look at the how you upgraded gear. This is towards the end of this system going away. But this was
Bags here and
oh,
welcome
there we go. The
to
face
Dungeon
reveal.
Defenders 2,
That was my
Beginner's
first
Guide
face
and
reveal, I
Tutorial
think.
Series. This series will be in really no specific order as new topics will come out, but I will try to get it organized
With a really
after
grainy
release into
camera
a much
and a
more
bad green
complete
screen. I
and
got the
timely
ear
playlist.
glow.
As changes take place between now and release, I will do my best to update this series and make sure that the playlist is always current. This series will be played on the PC, however, most of these topics
That's so
will fairly
funny.
easily transfer over to the PS4 with just a few different controls. If there's anything at all that you'd like more information on,
I
or
still
something
wear a
that you
Michigan
struggled
hat.
with as a beginner, let me
It's
know in the comments below, and I'll
when
do
your
my
wife's
best to make
from
it a
Michigan,
topic on
it
this
benefits you
series.
to wear a Michigan hat.
Without further ado, let's get started.
Today I wanted to take a quick look at the Enchantress and how to upgrade items.
Oh, that'd be
Now, first
fun.
off, I wanted to let everybody know, you don't want to just go and throw upgrades on everything as you're leveling up or as you're working your way through the campaign or the Nightmare 4
It's not a
levels, for
matter
that
of the
matter.
green screen. It's
And
a
I
matter of the
personally
lighting.
don't really suggest
Like, you can use a
enchanting
green sheet
anything
as long
until
as
you
it's
get
flat
a
and not
Nightmare
full of
4
wrinkles.
quality piece.
You can use
The
anything for a
reason
green
being is
screen.
just on
But
that
you have to
very
have it
next
lit.
map that you
And that's the
run
difference now.
may
I
be
got,
a replacement for
what,
that
3
item.
studio
So you
lights
don't
when
want
I
to
use
waste
my
any gold that you
webcam
don't
that
have
I
to. Now,
I turn
come
on.
on over and talk to the Enchantress. The Enchantress is available in the town or the Hero Marketplace as well, of course.
This is how you used to upgrade your gear.
And we open her up and we see basically this interface. Now, if very first we pick the item we want to upgrade, like say this Seedler here, now we want to put up to 5 items in those slots. Now, when you're first starting and you're first getting your upgrades in, the earliest upgrades, of course, are the cheapest. So when we take a look at this Seedler and its very first upgrade, it's actually only going to cost me 95 gold. And that's going to get me up to level 13. So for 95 gold, I can get to level 13 and plus
And how you apply
24
the upgrade points.
available points on my defense crit. Now, when you do get a Nightmare
Defense
4
crit
item,
damage on
unless
a
you're just
weapon, y'all.
extremely lucky,
Imagine that.
you're not going to find the item that you want right out of the gates right at first. So you're going to get more and more upgrades the more you play as you fine-tune your set. Now, the more you upgrade an item, of course, the more it costs. Now, to fully upgrade a piece, it can easily cost up to about 1,000,000 gold.
The whole
to fully
spinny
upgrade all the
animation
way
was
up.
fun, though.
As we see, this item is upgrade level 29 of 43. And if you'll see the cost difference here, just for the same 5 items in that piece is going to cost 43,000 gold. Now, this is going to, of course, keep increasing until we actually get to a really large number just to throw some upgrades on the piece. So let's go ahead and bounce around a few more. This one's up to 49,000.
Sounds like I was having an asthma attack that day.
And of course,
A lot of
just like
gasping.
anything else, as it levels up, it's going to require more for you to finish this bar. And each item, of course,
Well,
is
you
gonna
put
be
the
worth a
piece you were
specific
upgrading
amount.
in the middle,
Lower
and then the
item power
items you were
items are not worth
empowering
as
into
much,
it.
and lower
you put
quality
on the
items
outside.
are not worth as much as well. So this is a way for you to get rid of all those legendaries that end up building up in your bags as you go through the game.
This was their first
Now we're
or
up
their
to
original
36
answer
of
to
43, and we're up to
dealing with the massive amount of
66,000.
inventory we
Now,
all held.
It is important to mention
You would
that you
blow
can
all
do
those
these
items
upgrades
and
with
throw it
defender
into
medals
upgrading.
at 100 defender medals a pop. So if you do have an abundance and you don't mind blowing some of your defender medals on upgrades,
And then this
you
is
can
after
always
Wyvern
use
tokens went away too. You
100
still see it
defender
on the
medals
UI,
instead. Now,
but you see I have 0.
gold comes and
Like
goes.
if you look, where right here, you got the defender medals here, but then this was Wyvern tokens, which was the original defender medals. And here they had removed Wyvern tokens and added defender medals, but they still showed the Wyvern token graphic there on the UI.
Defender medals, of course, are kind of a cherished item, specifically if you want to unlock new heroes. So I try not to use defender medals for upgrades unless I'm just really impatient with myself. Now, on that same note, if you do have an abundance of defender medals, you can use...
This is how you cheesed it. I remember this. You could save
items
all
from
your
the treasure
gold
pirate here.
by buying these
Now,
item
let's
upgrade
say
boosters.
Let's go ahead and buy 2 of them, these item upgrade boosters. 500 defender medals a pop, so they're definitely pretty pricey. I personally am defender medal rich right at the moment, so I don't mind going ahead and spending a little bit of cash. Now let's head on over and you'll see the massive difference that those defender medals got you when upgrading a piece. So we had the one upgrade, or the one level of upgrades on the sealer that got us up to level 13 of 43. So now let's go ahead and pop these 2 item upgrade boosters in.
They were huge.
And I'm just going to fill the rest of those slots with just 3 random items. And let's see exactly what that does for me. Now that's 1,000 defender medals blown, so you'd think it would be pretty nice. Now since this is only level 13,
Oh, there
it's only
was
gonna cost me
EP
6,400
didn't enter the
gold to
game
upgrade.
yet, so no one knew.
So I don't mind spending
The
that
whole
much
elitist jerk, I got a big
in
schlong
defender
thing
medals,
came
and it actually got
much
me
later.
all the way up to full, which is just awesome. So now we're at the max on
At this point, the
sealer.
community
We
was
go
all
ahead and
very
throw
much
all these
a
defense
community.
crit damage points
It wasn't a flexathon.
right on in. Now, as you upgrade items, you're also going to notice that your item power goes up as well. The item
So
power
yeah,
of
you
the
you
item-
could buy those things. How it worked is the cost for the upgrade was based off of where you started at. So you'd start really low on an item and you'd throw those XP things in there. These guys, and then the upgrade cost would still be super low, but it would give you such a massive boost, you could skip all of those expensive upgrade tiers. So that was kind of how you cheesed it. You had to spend defender medals to save gold, basically, which nowadays we all have so much gold, no one would ever think about doing that.
would be pretty nice.
They would just dump the
Now,
gold
since
into
this
it.
is only level 13, it's only going to cost me 6,400 gold to upgrade. So I don't mind spending that much.
So basically, by using
defender
those
medals, and it
1,000
actually got
defender
me all-
medals, I probably saved like close to 1,000,000 gold there by doing that. But that was
all
the
way up to
original.
full, which is
That was
just
actually
awesome.
the
So now we're
second
at the max
version
on this
of the
sealer.
original
We can go ahead
upgrade
and throw
system of
all
how
these
you upgraded your gear.
defense
So definitely a little bit weird. Now that, of course, that NPC got repurposed. And here is where it was discovered that the Gun Witch was completely broken. At this stage in the game,
What?
I didn't have any relationship with Trendy at all. So if it was like a glitch in the game, how much is 6,000 defender medals or gold? I mean, in comparison, it's probably like 100 million now. It's, it's way blown out. Anyway, at this stage in the game, if someone found an exploit or whatever, I'd put it on, and you see 14,000 views. The video before that only had 8,000 views, so I got a massive spike in views because I was showing an exploit. But yeah, let's take a look at it. This was the Glitch Witch. And at the time, this was my
What's
most
going
popular
on, everyone?
DD2
Juicebacks
video.
here, and welcome back to some Dungeon Defenders 2 and another hero spotlight. Normally, you guys know I don't like to show off any bugs, exploits, or cheese on the channel. However, every once in a while I just can't resist, and this is one of those moments. As today's hero spotlight, we're going to be talking about the Glitch Witch. Now, one of the things that inspired me to kind of do this video is, I don't know how many times I've joined a public match just to kind of screw around and have fun, and someone has built the map out, and there's someone else in the map that is just completely chewing on them about using poison dart towers. Now, we all know the current status of poison dart towers. They're OP. They, I'm certain, are going to get adjusted
Apparently,
at
I
some
had to
point.
throw a little disclaimer on this one.
However, the thing that cracked me up about it is the person, it seems like almost always the person that is kind of going off about the PDT is actually using the Glitch Witch build, which, in my opinion,
Sadly, I know
is just
exactly
as
who I'm
big of a
talking
bug,
about.
if not bigger than the Poison Dart Tower. So let's go ahead and
It
hop
was
right on into it.
the
Now, first off, your
original
Glitch Witch can
elitist
be built
douchebag in the
using
game.
either hero
Mini
damage and hero
followed,
crit,
but that was
or
the
ability
original
power
one.
hero crit, depending on what you want to do. A few different requirements for the build, and that is the Storm Gloves,
Oh no,
which drop, of
I
course,
will
from
never do
Assault
that.
on Throne Room Defense
I'm
mode,
not here to attack other people.
and a slow firing weapon with elemental damage. The double tap type weapons seem to work out the best.
Here, to do this glitch, you wanted the slowest firing weapon you could find that had an element as its damage. So, like here, the double tap, of course, had all the projectiles. It wasn't the slowest firing weapon, but it was the slowest firing weapon with that many projectiles at the time that had elemental damage on it.
And the slower the better. And here's why. The build itself is based around the fact that the Bewitching Hour Sphere, each snipe hit adds 50% to the damage of the next primary attack hit, stacking up to 5 times, is essentially bugged. And how it's bugged is, it is actually proccing off of elemental damage that you do. With addition, it's proccing off of elemental damage done by your gloves. So
what I didn't know back then is, although I was just trying to show people how to do the glitch, I was actually explaining to Trendy exactly what I was doing, because this is about the time when Trendy started paying attention to my videos. I showed them exactly what I was doing to glitch it, and that allowed them to nerf it, sadly.
So, for example, let me go ahead and get rid of Bewitching Hour and head on down here, and with this Blunderbuss Duster with fire damage and a 1.3 per second double tap, I can get... I think I'm going to probably end up settling around the 200,000 mark. Let's see where
it's just holding left click, of course.
226, 163. That one dipped low. Anyway, we're right around the 2,000 mark for the most part.
200,000.
Or 200,000, pardon me. The 200,000 mark. And pretty easy to keep this damage sustained just by spamming your left click. Now, with the same gear and the same weapon, when I go ahead and equip Bewitching Hour, we're going to see some drastic changes in the amount of DPS that we're doing. So let's go ahead and check it out now. And we see now...
Go from 200,000 to almost 600.
That one looked like 495. There's a 500,000. 541.
Or 500,000.
So we are essentially here around the 500,000 mark. They've gone as low as 340,000 and as high as 600,000. We're right around 500,000 damage per second. Same thing, we can keep this up pretty regularly just by spamming the left click.
Yeah, that was the original OP Gunwitch build. You did that slow weapon. Somebody told me the community, like I said, the community was very different back then. Everyone was very, you know, the forums were super active. The live streams were super active. You know, I mean, there'd be hundreds of people watching a Dungeon Defenders 2 live stream back then. It was an entirely different game with an entirely different community. There was literally like one bad apple in the entire DD2 community back then.
In addition to that, if we go ahead and pop our pet, which is Poisonous Tips, we can easily cap that 1 million mark. There was a 1.1, that one dipped down to 850, and there's a 984.
Yep, the Glitch Witch. Now, the same thing ended up happening with Crane Stance. Oh, here it is. I got it in there. The same thing happened with Crane Stance. So basically what was going on there is you had that Bewitching Hour skill sphere, which is similar to the Snipe Shard right now, but it was automatically proccing without loading it up anytime you did elemental damage. So if you got a slow firing elemental weapon, of course, the individual shots were large because it was slow firing, and that snipe skill sphere was proccing that elemental damage, giving you just crazy amounts of damage. You know what? I looked for that again last night and this morning, Dizzy. I'm pretty sure I deleted it. I would love to see that one, but I can't remember exactly how it ended. All right, so next up, we've got the Siege Roller. And oh, let me tell you, the Siege Roller was a different animal. Now, at this stage in the game, you saw me using all the proton beams. Oh, you just learned about Poisonous Tips? Poisonous Tips was the original OP pet ability. The problem is you get so much misinformation out there. Everybody focuses on one thing, and because certain people are the ones saying it, nobody bothers to double check any of their or any of the other options. Um, but the original Siege Roller actually had people quit the game. So much so that they changed it to the Siege Roller that it is today. At the time, it was all about proton beams, um, aura spam, stuff like that. So everybody was using traps, auras, and nodes, and spawn camping. You know, everybody was spawn camping with proton beams and flame auras or whatever. So Trendy introduced the Siege Roller. Now, the original Siege Roller, when it would touch any defense, it instantly destroyed it. Ground trap, aura, node, whatever, it would instantly destroy it. And this was how you got around still using those defenses if you wanted to use those defenses and be able to take on the Siege Roller.
Hey everyone, Juice Bags here, and welcome back to some Dungeon Defenders 2 and some Siege Roller tips, tricks, cheats, and everything else, let me tell you. So we all know by now that the quickest and easiest way to kill the Siege Roller is by using either the Gun Witch or the Melee Monk. Now both of those heroes are currently glitched at the moment and putting out massive amounts of damage. So since they're obviously putting out the most damage, they are the quickest way to beat down the Siege Roller. However, not everybody has them. So you really have to think out your build. Now, first off, the basic mechanic of the Siege Roller, as he comes out, he is going to steamroll everything you have on the ground. Now, that's everything that you have on the ground in its path. So you can use ground traps, you just have to use a little bit smarter placement. So for example, like normally starting off a build, I would start off with like a Serenity Aura right there, and then start pew-pewing
So
on the
huge.
mobs. And that would be all fine and dandy. However, a Siege Roller, of course, is going to roll right over this Serenity Aura and take it out. Now, to make up for that, I can do, say, that, and I still get
So
the
you could
same
still
effect
use
from
the defense, but you had to
Aura,
place it out of
with
the
there being
lane.
zero chance of the Siege Engine rolling it over. Now, on that same note, obviously, something like a Lightning Aura.
Boost Aura was
Could
the
still be
Flame Aura
used.
back then.
Say
Flame
like
Aura
that,
didn't
the
exist.
Siege Roller is not going to run over.
Lightning Strike Auras were the
the
Flame
center
Aura.
of
They were
either of
AoE
those, so
lightning
those auras
damage.
are going to stay intact. Traps, however, with the small range are going to be a little tougher to be effective. Now, an interesting point that got brought up is Martin Tiger commented on my YouTube channel, what did you think
He's still
about
around,
putting
I think.
protons in a zigzag form and try to get them centered, where if a Siege
So the
Roller
thought
comes,
there is you try to place the protons so that the Siege Roller wouldn't touch any of the nodes and it would roll right in between them. Like if it rolled over the beam, it was fine. It just couldn't touch one of the nodes you put down. That, of course, didn't work because if it touched any of them, the whole thing disappeared.
he's not going to take out the protons. Now, this works, however, not exactly like that. You can't do it as a zigzag as there's just not enough room. However, we all know the Siege Roller is a very wide mob. On that same note, it comes out of the spawns dead center.
Very wide mob.
So if you did want to proton, and you did say something like that, your chances of the Siege Roller going through and not rolling over the proton are pretty good. Now, obviously that takes doing the map a few times and checking out the placement. In this example here, I set 8 protons up right across here, which basically completely melted the lanes. And at the end of a Siege Roller run,
You would have to be
5 of
careful
those
to
8
place
protons
those
were still there.
so that the
my
roller
placement
went
wasn't
perfectly
perfect on
through the
all
middle
them.
of it all.
However, it was good enough to keep 5 of the 8 alive. Now, of course, I didn't bother combining that with any Frosties. I'll definitely do a lot more experimenting with that here in the near future. However, a Proton build, something like this, with the perfect placement, the Siege Roller is going to go right through the middle and not hit any of
Yeah,
these
hit a
traps.
couple of them, it looks
Now,
like.
like I said,
Well,
my,
I said there was
example
5 of
build
them
here,
left.
I did not have 100% perfect placement. So 3 of my 8 protons got wrecked.
Oh, this is exactly where...
Actually, on this particular
Okay.
entrance, he came out a little bit. He kind of turned just a tiny bit, and it's funny, if you see the slight curve on the little purple squiggly there, that is really the exact path that the siege roller took. And I had 1 proton beam, or it was 3 proton beams actually, that were just too close for that side, and those guys got taken out. Now, the easiest remedy to doing this is, instead of building right there on top of the spawn, just move yourself back as far as you can possibly go. Like on this map,
I don't remember
a
this
real
part.
easy build is to throw in a buff beam, and then maybe like a poison dart tower and anything else right here, and that's going to completely clear out all the packs. Plus, it's going to give you a long way to take out the mobs. Now, Lunacy brought up another really strange fact, and that
This
is
was...
back over
It was
to the monk.
massive revolt
Now,
at this point, or right
Where did
after
that
this
monk
point.
go? There he is. Now, this Harbinger's punch weapon, which
Sadly, they
is
never learned their lesson from it.
not good. I mean, it's in any instance in the game, it has just not been living up
I
to
think
its name.
I got another
it's
video
not-
going over this. This was bugged as well. Just against siege rollers, no other mob. But yeah, the original siege roller, everything it touched rolled over. Now, this was the beginning of the reactionary game development, where they would throw something out. People didn't like it, and a lot of players quit the game. Like, I mean, multiple people in chat said they quit very soon after this. And instead of either removing or changing what they had put in the game that people didn't like, they added a different system or a different layer in on top of it without changing their original idea to try to get people back. And what happened is it ended up steamrolling, and they did it over and over and over and over again with several different aspects throughout the game. And that's why we're at the point where we're at today. Now, I mean, the game's still a great game today. I love playing it, but it does not have the player base that it had back then. I mean, that's just facts. The numbers never lie. Because everybody left because they, the reactionary development of reacting to a thing that players hated, but not changing it to make it so those players would like it. Instead, adding a different layer in on top of it to try to appease them. It's how a lot of things are in the game right now. It's the reason mods are in the game right now. So it added some interesting things to the game, but it never brought any of those old players back. Now, next up, we'll do another giveaway in a minute here. I want to get through 2 more. You see, I did a lot of glitch videos back then. This next one is the Glitch Monk, which is basically the same thing as the Glitch Witch, but it's on a monk instead.
Now, the
Wrong
quickest
video.
and easiest
Then
week, and here
there we
is
go.
finally the Glitch Monk, the melee monk that just completely wrecks faces due to another slight glitch in the game that's very, very similar to the Gun Witch glitch. Now,
All skill sphere related.
the sphere that's glitched out for the monk is indeed crane stance. As you see here, each ranged secondary attack increases the damage of the next melee primary attack by 45%, and it stacks up to 6 times. So that's what, 270% damage at full stacks of your next melee primary attack. Now, what's bugged about this is it is actually proccing charges off of elemental damage, just like the Bewitching Hour Spear is with elemental damage on the...
So basically, of course, everyone knows crane stance now, how you can load it up and make your next melee attack hit like a truck. Back then, that was all loading up automatically based off of elemental damage. So, and it was hitting at full stacks every time, which made, if you used a weapon that had, it wouldn't work in the secondary attack, I believe. It would only work with melee. But if you were using a weapon that had elemental damage on it, you always had full stacks of crane stance. So you would just sit there and slap away at stuff with a light weapon. No, it didn't. I mean, it was completely bugged. It was full stacks right out of the gates.
the Gunwitch. What that means is you want to get yourself a weapon with elemental damage, and you want to use Storm Gloves, as both of these, the lightning damage from the gloves plus the elemental damage from your weapon, will all proc the Crane Stance charges. Now, as far as everything else down the line, you want hero damage, hero crit on every piece that you have. So I tried to go ahead and do that. I don't have any spectacular pieces. You see I got mixed in Storm Boots there. Hero damage, hero crit.
I still just miss those passives on gear so much.
With the exception of that, you also want the power up passive on your ring and on your weapon. These do stack, as when you just use one and then you use two, you notice a significant difference in DPS. Now, just to give you a quick example of what this monk can do here. Now, remember, this is not in even remotely the ideal pieces, as I kind of gave up on my hunt after just the terrible, terrible grind over the weekend, and with the new news of the changes incoming to passives in the next major update. But let's go
right
ahead
before
and
shards
pop
came
all
to
our
the
stuff and see what we can do to this dummy here. We should be comfortably over 1 million. Yeah, there's 1.4, 1.1. I can usually hang over 1 million for about 9 seconds. So just at 1 million damage per second for 9 seconds, that's 9 million damage. That's going to kill anything in the game. I've seen it go as high as like 1.8 million with a lucky stretch of crits. And with a little help from some friends, I got it over to about 5.5 million with stacking of some different pets. Now, although hero damage and hero crit are your main spec, and elemental damage on your weapon, when you're speccing the character, depending on what rolls you get on your weapon, you may find it easier to do what I did, and I threw 100 points into my hero health to get a nice health pool. Then I maxed out my hero damage and threw the remaining 80 into hero crit. The reason I did this is I did not find a weapon with life leech on it. The ideal weapon setup, this of course is one of the preferred weapons for the build. It's the Wailing Glaive from the Maldonis Incursion, or better known as the Spooky Weapon. And the two passives that you must have, or that you really want on it, are Power Up, once again on your weapon and your relic, plus on your weapon you really want Life Leech. This is going to make you quite a bit more survivable, and you'll be able to hang in there with just about anything and just go ham on whatever's in front of you. I didn't find that perfect weapon, however the closest one I did find had hero crit chance instead, so I'm a little squishier than your average monk, and that's why I went on and put 100 into hero health. And you see with that 28,000 health pool, I can take a few shots before I end up going down.
28,000 health, and I can take a few shots.
As far as your pet ability with this, now particularly I've been using the Auto Meow quite a bit, as it's just a cool looking little kitty cat. Everyone knows I'm fond of cats. Plus, it's kind of a combination of Poisonous Tips and Sandstorm. You pop it and it gives you a beast mode damage buff like Poisonous Tips. It's actually better than Poisonous Tips, but doesn't last as long. But it also gives you that speed boost like Sandstorm would. So it's kind of a really awesome combination between the two. Now, on that same note, Poisonous Tips, Dragolich, or a Sandstorm pet are all suitable replacements to really bust out the massive monk damage. This is an answer for a lot of people on killing the siege rollers. For those of you that don't have a Gunwitch, absolutely everyone can put together a Glitch Monk, as it's one of the starter heroes in the game. So if you have any questions, let me know in the comments below.
Yep, the Glitch Monk. And then here was one last glitch. We'll do this one, and then we'll get another giveaway going. This was how to kill the siege roller naked. Now remember, at this point in the game, now siege rollers are... Nobody even thinks about any of the mini bosses because we've got so much power creep, we just blast everything right away. Back then, people... Oops, god dang it, I did it again. People would quit the game because they hated the siege roller so much. There was a bug with that Harbinger's Fist weapon, or Harbinger's Punch, or whatever it was called. And it did massive, massive damage to the siege roller. And here we're doing a siege roller kill without any gear on. Let's skip through this intro. Let's go to right there. Harbinger's Punch. All right, I guess it came from the Ramparts incursion then. Strip down naked was step 2. Now, this isn't a fast kill, of course, because I'm naked. This was, I think, a challenge. I had told somebody during a live stream, I'm like, you know, this is so strong, I bet I could kill a siege roller naked. And they're like, no, you couldn't. No way. Let's see you do it. And I ended up doing this. Looks like I did it in double speed. Still in the PDT era. And all you did was pole smash. You'd come out here and pole smash. Now, when you had all your gear on, this was like a 1 or a 2 shot. But this was like in response to like a challenge or something from someone in stream chat. After I made a comment about I could kill the siege roller naked. Out of mana. There we go. See, so, naked siege roller killed. That got patched pretty quickly. It actually, one of the more regular posters on the forums was posting about it, and he was pissed about it and about the all the people quitting the game over the siege roller. And he made a big deal about this video and me being able to kill it naked, and it got nerfed shortly after that. It looks like I do another Cheddar siege roller kill build later on. I don't remember which one that one is, but let's go ahead and get another giveaway going. So yeah, it is about that time, y'all. Let's see, and we started on Twitch last time, so we'll start on YouTube this time. So give me, we'll do one on Twitch right after, y'all. Give me a hashtag 10 years in YouTube chat. Hashtag 10 years in YouTube chat will get you entered in. And we'll give you guys a moment here. Let me throw some music back on. While this is running, and in fact, I think I'm going to go grab a coffee here. So I'll pull the winner as soon as I get back, y'all. Get your hashtag 10 years in chat, and I'll be right back in just a moment here. Be right back. All right, I am back. Yeah, that's one of the downsides there, Richard. It happens. Every giveaway, pretty much. People have to be subscribed for 10 minutes before they can count in chat, though. So anyone who didn't plan ahead doesn't get that luxury. You can't just go make a new account right now. Anyway, here we go, y'all. Good luck to everyone out there. Oh, I didn't even say what we were giving away. Let's see, what are we giving away? Why don't we go 250 gems? 250 gems. You don't have to worry about that too much on YouTube. On Twitch, it's a problem, but not on YouTube because of the timed subscriber requirement to avoid the bots. So the winner, the lucky winner, gets 250 gems, valid on any platform. And here we go. The winner is... You got in just in time, Internal. Just in time. The winner is... Ahmet. Congrats there, Ahmet. So since you won on YouTube, you have to send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord to claim your reward. So congrats to you. Send me a message. Let me know how you're going to do it. That way I know that it's you and not just somebody trying to scam. And we will go. Like I said, there's a subscriber timer, y'all. You can't type in chat unless you're subscribed to the channel for after like 10 minutes or whatever. So I wasn't gone 10 minutes. So somebody had to plan ahead for that one. But yeah, I'm not even going there. So it's just how it works. I have no control. So anyway, send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord. Let me know how you're going to contact me in chat so I know it's you. And we'll get you squared away. I mean, anyone with half a bit of common sense is bouncing back and forth between YouTube and Twitch anyway. So they can enter both of them. So, I mean, it's one of those things. I have no control over it. I'm not going to even attempt to police it. So here we go. Let's get a hashtag 10 years in Twitch chat. Hashtag 10 years in Twitch chat will get you entered in. The teleporting squire wall. I don't think I got a video on that one in this playlist. That was a super cool shard though. All right, I got you. Just type something in Twitch chat, then there, Remcan, and I will I'll get your prize to you. There you are. All right, I just whispered it to you. Redeem that at the mailbox in game, and that will get you your 250 gems. Get it in there, y'all. Hashtag 10 years. This one's on Twitch there, Umbreon. Give you guys another 30 seconds or whatever to get it in. There's a link to Twitch in the description. In the video description there, if you're unfamiliar with my Twitch channel. Give you guys a few more seconds here. Thanks for following there, Rose. Appreciate it. Ten yeets. Gotta be 10 years, Rose. Gotta be 10 years. I'll give you a second to... There you go. I was gonna say, I'll give you a second to put it in. I know you tried to enter. Typing too fast? That's fair. That is fair. All right, and here we go. The winner is... So lucky. Zajac. Zajac won yesterday, too. Crazy, crazy luck. Right. Give me just a sec here. I'll get you your code as well. The back-to-back winning champion. That's like Awesemo Noob. I don't know if y'all remember him. He's still around. He had a stretch where he won like, I don't know, 10 giveaways in a row or whatever. It was something ridiculous. All right, so there we go. Just enter that at the mailbox, and that will get you your goodies. Let's hop back over to what do we got next. Thanks, sir. Can't. Well, I mean, you got to thank Chromatic for that. They're the ones who gave them to me for the 10-year event. I usually don't have access to things like gem codes, but Chromatic gave them to me. All right, so next up, let me turn the music off. Next up, this has been a little bit of a frustration point. Not really a frustration point, but I constantly look at this video 7 years ago, January 1st, 2017. So this is like 5 months, 6 months prior to the game hitting 1.0 and launching. It's 2017. Now, over the years, I've done probably a dozen best DPS pet videos, and I always say it, and people get mad at me, which makes me mad, that the old video still applies. There hasn't been drastic changes to the game. So let's look at this top 4 DPS pets video from 2017 and see how much it still applies to today. Now, obviously, there's been new pets that have been added in, but let's check this out. This is from 2017, y'all.
Everyone, Juicebags here, and welcome back to Some Dungeon Defenders 2. Today, I'm going to bring you the top 4, as I get asked just constantly, what are the best DPS pets in the game? Now, this, of course, can change regularly, and when it does change, I'll put out another top 4 or top 5 video. But today, I wanted to discuss the top 4 DPS pets you can use to increase your damage. Now, before we even get started, I wanted to say that you will see a lot of people talking about the single target or the single shot big hitting pets, like the Gatto Fireworks or the Table Flipper, things like that. Now, even though you get one big number out of these pets are not going to come close to comparing in the amount of additional damage you can get out of the other pets listed in the top 4. So although they are a very fun consolation, those are not going to get you to where you want to be.
I'm not sure.
First off, number 4 on the list, we got the trusty Dragolich. Now, Dragolich is going to haunt enemies, increasing damage taken by 100% for 5 seconds. Now, the important thing to note here is it is going to haunt the enemy. It is not putting a buff on you. Now, what that means is anything else in the area, including other heroes and including your defenses, are all going to get the benefit of the haunt. So everything is going to hit for double, essentially. You're going to get a 100% increase in bonus damage. Now, Dragolich, of course, can be purchased from the Treasure Pirate right here. I always call him the Treasure Pilot. I don't understand. Anyway, for 7,500 Defender medals, you can come on over here, get yourself a Terror Dragolich egg, and wreck stuff up with Drago. Now, another important thing to mention with Dragolich, since it is putting a debuff on the target itself, This is currently the DPS pet to use for any of your heroes that use abilities. Like on my EV2, I'm a big fan of the Proton charge, of course. Dragolich is going to give me the additional damage that I want to see from this Proton charge. As you see, we rip out, just over 400,000 there. If we pop Dragolich, that's going to quickly jump up to the 880,000 mark, as it is essentially doubling the damage that we do for 5 seconds. Now, in my situation here, like with the EV2, 500% damage essentially over the course of that 5 seconds. So it's going to give you a nice burst in damage. Any ability power spammers, if you're a ability power hero crit gun witch, you're going to want to use Dragolich. If you are a pole smashing monk, or if you're a slamming squire, you're going to want to use Dragolich as well, as Drago is going to give you a buff to all of those abilities that the other pets will not. Now, number 3 on the list is going to take us right over to a Sandstorm pet. Now, first off, Sandstorm can roll on any pet at all. The only requirement is that the pet have earth damage. So if we look at my Serpentagon here up top, we've got earth damage as the pet stat. That means that Sandstorm is going to be a viable roll on this pet, and I can always re-roll the ability on the pet
Thank you so
at
much.
the trainer to get myself Sandstorm. Now, Sandstorm is awesome. It's going to increase your speed by 50% for 7 seconds, which is very, very nice as well to have on your builders as you're building the map to help you zoom around and get the map set up. But more importantly, it's going to give us 110% bonus earth damage for 7 seconds. So over the course of that 7 seconds, you are going to do an additional 770% damage. Number 2 on the list is going to take us right over to Poisonous Tips. Just like Sandstorm, Poisonous Tips can roll on any earth pet. So if you have a pet that has earth damage, you can get Poisonous Tips as well. Now, Poisonous Tips is currently the best pet in the game. It really is, and here's why. You're going to get 130% bonus earth damage for 8 seconds. Now that works out to 1040% increased damage over the course of that 8-second period. So if you do 1,000 damage per second,
this was all
over the course of that 8 seconds,
damage,
you're going to do an additional
Sandstorm has more sustain.
8,320 damage added
Poisonous
on to the
Tips
damage
has more
you already
burst.
do. So you get 130% bonus earth damage increase for 8 seconds. Now, an important thing to note is Poisonous Tips can also affect other heroes. So if you're standing next to one of your friends and you pop Poisonous Tips, they are going to get the benefit of it as well. Now, the range on that is pretty close, and you do have to be standing right next to them. You can't be spread out at all like that, as it won't work. But with proper teamwork, Poisonous Tips can be very, very effective, and once again, it can come on any pet at all that has earth damage. Now, the number 1 spot and the single highest individual damage that can be done is with the Autumn Meow. Now, the Autumn Meow is a premium pet. That being said, it's still
they got
the
nerfed
pet
a
that
little
will
too.
provide the most
It's not that
individual
high
damage
now.
for you. However, it doesn't play well with others. So none of your defenses are going to get the buff, and other heroes standing next to you are not going to get the buff as well. However, the Cyclone ability from Autumn Meow does do an increased
Yeah, the power stats are big now.
185% bonus earth damage over 6 seconds. Now this works out to 1,110% increased damage over the course of the 6 seconds, where the Poisonous Tips is 1,040 over the course of 8 seconds. So the Autumn Meow is going to give you more of a damage boost over a shorter
Just
time,
slightly.
making it the
But it's
ideal
155%
burst damage
now. So it
pet.
only got slightly
Now remember
nerfed.
as well, if you're an ability power user, Poisonous Tips, Sandstorm, and Autumn Meow, and the Cyclone ability are not going to do anything for you, and you really want to take a look at Dragolich. If you don't want to spend the medals, then that's where like the Magic Cat or one of those, you know, the Table Flipper, if you want the premium pet, those abilities are going to come into play for you then. But they are not going to give any abilities the benefit. Now Cyclone itself just tears it up. I like to use them on my Monk and on my Gun Witch, and currently with the glitchy status of both of those heroes,
Oh,
I
we're
can
not
get
even
well
at
over
Endless
1 million
Winter yet,
damage and pretty darn close to 2 million damage
It is
just by using Auto Meow.
what, 2
We look
years
here,
after
what
this
was
one,
that,
I
a
think?
1.5 and two
Thanks so much
1.5s
there, AC.
essentially. It gives you a really, really nice bit of damage output.
So that is not exactly the same as the video I just put out, like within the last few months on best DPS pets, but it's basically a copy of a video from 2017 because people see it and they see 2017 and they think that this video is no longer valid. So when it goes to pets, now there was some nerfs there, as we discussed there. Look at the automatic chapter placement from YouTube. They called it Autumn Yow. That's so funny. I never realized that. This was automatic chapter placement. Anyway, the pets basically haven't changed. Now, they've been nerfed, they've been buffed, but the basics of what pet to use is exactly the same right now, today, if you log in. Now, once again, there's additions where, like, the snowstorm wasn't in the game yet because we never got to the winter pets yet. But the basics of pets have never, ever changed. Now, as you see, we're one video away from the switch to the current era of Dungeon Defenders 2 with shards. Mods weren't there yet. Shards came first. But before we get into that, some of you all will remember this one. There was 2 different bugs with the EV's bots.
X here and welcome.
One of them was the Big Boy. Big Boy is a shard now. Before it was either a passive or a skill sphere. I'm sure I go over it in this video. But if you swapped heroes, you could put multiple Big Boys down. There was also a spell where if you swapped heroes, you could spam all of your bots over again. And that turned into people spamming bots all over town, which I'm sure some of you players that have been around for a while remember that, with people just covering your town with bots, and it caused massive, massive amounts of lag. This was the original bot bug, and it was one-shotting. Once again, it's all about siege rollers. We're still in the era of the game where people were quitting the game because they didn't want to deal with siege rollers. And we're in that time frame, but this was another way to just blast
Dungeon
siege
Defenders
rollers.
2. Oh yeah. Now I'm busting out more cheese. Imagine that. And we are going to one-shot the siege roller today with the EV2. Now, the last cheese I brought you was
What's up, Augie? How you doing?
Kind of that mild Swiss, and this one
is
is
an old-
definitely a sharp cheddar.
Old video
as
here.
it has been on the bug
What
reporting
is the date on
forums
this?
for quite.
This one, like I said, it's got to be right before launch. This was January 24th, 2017. And that was how you reported bugs back then. Of course, I reported this bug, but I didn't hesitate to show it off either. And that was one-shotting the siege roller. And
some time.
let's check it
still
out.
Has yet to get fixed. So we've just got one siege roller right over here. So let's go ahead and bust out the cheese. So I'm going to kill this guy. Let's say we'll do him right about here. Now we all know the big boy passive. Here it is on my celebration. First mine you place will always be a big boy.
Looks like it was a passive
Big
on
boys
gear.
wreck shit, blah, 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 and so on and so on. Now, of course, the very first bot we put out is a big boy, so any other grab bots that go out will be the
this
little
may be
normal
after that
size
shadow
ones.
shot. I'm not
So
sure.
let's go ahead and blow those guys up. Now, here's where the cheese comes in. Now, like I said, this one's kind of well known, but a lot of people still ask me about it, so I am going to go ahead and show it off right here. We got Big Boy.
Thanks,
Now
sir,
we're gonna
Ruben. I
switch
appreciate
to another
it.
character and switch back.
This was so fun to
What?
play around
We got
with.
another big boy. Well, it just so happens this particular EV can throw down 7 of these bad boys.
So the bug here was you could actually get all of your bots up to the limit of grab bots you could place. All big boys from swapping back and forth. Now, big boy is still a thing in the game, but obviously the bug has been long fixed.
So that is exactly what I am going to do. So we got 7 big boys sitting right there, all from this one EV. Beast. And I think that will probably do it. Yep, okay. So let me go ahead and burn off this heat here. In fact, let's just get this wave rolling here. And the heat will just burn off for me smoking little bads. Now,
Looks like that is
I put
after
those
the
bots
celebration
relatively
canister.
close. If you put them out too far, the rockets from the siege roller will blow them up. So, if you're going to cheese it up on the siege roller, you got to do it fast. You got to get it right at the spawn, ideally. Legendary item dropped. Sweet. Now,
Let's get to the roller kill.
Dragolich.
There it comes.
And now would be a good time to Drago him. And ba-bam. Siege roller down.
So yeah, stacked 7 grab bots there. That would be like the equivalent of doing 2 billion damage today. When you look at the enemy's health and everything. I mean, it was crazy.
No matter
Being able to blow up a siege roller in one shot like that. Oh yeah, it was a tactical nuke for sure. All right, and then here you go. You see, we are at the Trials era. Now, this is just before launch. Trials are basically expeditions in the Chaos tiers as we know it today. It was originally called Trials, not Expeditions. But it was based off of the same system, same enemies and everything. But it was called Trials instead of Expeditions. And here was the original rollout video. Apparently, it was a guide on how to transition through to the Trials era of the game.
the trials are here, and they can be confusing. So I wanted to put together some basic information to help you guys out through your trial experience. So here we go. First off, we know that the trials are a separate game mode now. So if you go over to matchmaking like you normally would, you can go through the campaign, or if you go to defense mode and pick an appropriate chaos tier, if you click the trials right at the top, that's where you're going to want to go to get the fat loot.
There's where the chaos levels all first started.
On any map, that's going to drop. I don't even know. Originally from Trendy's post, I was under the assumption it wouldn't drop any gear. Yet some people are saying that it does drop some gear, just not at the level that the...
And here you go. You see practice mode? Now, of course, I mean, why would you not just go into the game mode? And if you lose, right? That's how you get better. There was actually a practice mode in the game where before you tried to do one of the actual trials, you could log in and practice on the map first.
Trials do drop. Now, that's the basic game modes. We're going to get more into them later, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the interface as it is confusing a lot of people. So, of course, if you hit I and open up your inventory, you're going to open
This is
it up
right at the
specifically
update
first
hit.
time you log in.
So this
to a
is what your
complete
inventory looked
mess.
like. It was a complete train
All
wreck.
your bags are going to be jumbled up. It's going to look something similar to this, which obviously is a complete train wreck. However, you are going to have some shards in your bag. Now, you're not going to have this many. I've farmed up quite a few of them. And the shards do come inside of a wrapper. So you're going to need to right-click on those shards to get them.
I've got a campaign shard right there. I don't know why I didn't just click it, but
now,
hindsight, you know.
Each piece of armor and weapon, of course, will take 2 hero damage type shards.
At this point, there was only 2 shard
Each
slots
totem or relic
for
will
the
take
hero
3 defense
and
power
3
type
for
shards.
relics.
Now, let's take a look at the monk and the hot new flamethrower tower, or pardon me, the hot new flame aura tower. Now, one of the things that are confusing quite a few people here is to select this, you're actually
You look at the shards I'm using, defense crit strike, defense crit damage, and destruction. The reason that's the shards I'm using, well, first off, defense crit or crit damage in general worked very, very differently back then. It wasn't percentage based, it was a scalar. And what happened is defense rate dropped in a higher chaos tier, and no one had unlocked it yet, so no one knew defense rate was even a shard. There was no wiki. None of the shards were listed out anywhere, so we didn't know defense rate actually existed yet. So this was like the go-to setup: destruction, defense critical strike, and defense crit damage. Now, another thing you notice, and this is the origin of where the perfect stat gear came from that's there today. You know, you get the double perfect marks and the double perfect orbs and all that stuff today that are worth so much money. The reason those were double perfect is before items dropped, how items would drop at this era was if it was a legendary item, it always had these stats. There was no roll, there was no range. If it was a purple item, it dropped at a certain stat. If it was a blue item, it dropped at a certain stat. And if it was a legendary item, it dropped at a certain stat. Now, later on, that system got changed. So anyone who still had any of this gear, when that system got changed to the newer system, all these old pieces of gear all became max roll items. And that's where the max roll gear that's so valuable now comes from. Of course, it can drop now, but the chances are just crazy low. But yeah, let's look into it again. Transitioning from Nightmare to the Chaos system.
Be using the middle mouse button. So your little scroll wheel.
You had to use middle mouse button.
And that is going to open up your interface for that particular item.
Little different interface there.
Armor, weapons, relics, absolutely everything. So middle mouse button to open it up. Once that is open, you're going to have something. Let me unequip these. Your medallion is going to be empty, and it's going to say no shard equipped on these items. Now, if you just go ahead and click on each box, it's going to show you the shard.
That's a familiar
that
box.
Will go into that item. I'm going to put in Destruction, which is at leveled up here. It's increasing the defense power of the affected tower by 34%. Going to go down here, and we're going to go with Defense Critical Damage. Same thing, 34% increased crit damage. And last but not least, we're going to go with the Defense Crit Chance. 15% additional Defense Crit Chance, which obviously Defense Crit Chance is awesome. And of course, different towers will scale differently with Defense Crit, so it may not be the best necessarily to use that particular shard. However, for the Flame Aura, this is the setup I'm going to use. Now, another really important thing to mention is shards drop in brackets throughout all gameplay modes. These 3 shards actually drop in the campaign. That's right, the campaign.
Different pools
so
back
if you're a
then.
current endgame player,
where like now, for example, Destruction drops in Chaos 1. Originally, it was a campaign shard. So you got Destruction just by running through the campaign maps.
When you first log in is to visit the campaign and collect up a few of these basic shards. This Destruction shard in particular is going to be very valuable to you, and for the most part, you're going to want that shard in just about every single one of your defenses. So you're going to want a bunch of those. Don't hesitate to play some campaign maps. Don't jump in and try to instantly press into Chaos 3, because I can tell you the Chaos levels are difficult, and you are not going to be able to complete them without having shards and the proper shards in your gear. When you
that's mostly
select
true
one
today.
Of the shards, this one's already fully leveled up, but of course here is the interface to level those up. We'll take a look at one.
Same system as today, just a different UI.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that one. To level this one up, I can do it with 58 Defender Medals or 38,000 gold. Lots of different shards available. A few shards that are very important. I mentioned that Destruction shard. Of course, everybody's going to want walls, as walls are necessary once again. And the Fortification shard, which also drops in campaign, is essentially
a lot of the good shards were campaign shards.
It is your
originally
new shard that increases your defense health.
Oh yeah, it's been a while there, Ray.
On every single defense from everyone. Mystic walls, Lavamancer walls, Abyss Lord walls, Squire walls, Apprentice walls. Fortification is going to be necessary in each one that you use.
This was a big change because before, the way the skill spheres worked, it wasn't just defense health. Like, you had to get a skill sphere for a spike blockade or for the squire. You had to get a different skill sphere for your abyss lord. You had to get a different skill sphere for your lavamancer. So the shard system kind of narrowed all that down and made it so you had one shard that worked on every defense. Same for destruction, really.
Now, I personally have gone with Mystic Walls right out of the gates, as love them. The CC's very, very helpful, and it really can save your butt in several of these situations that we're going to come across in the Chaos mode. A few other towers that you're definitely going to want to pay special attention to is, first off, the Ramster. The Ramster is the new hotness, and it doesn't
The
hit like a
Ramster was
truck,
the shit, y'all.
but it hits everything, which means if they've got a shield in front of them, the Ramster's going to do them in. If you're on Chaos 3 and you've got reflect shields, the Ramster's going to shoot right through it. So a Ramster is very valuable and could potentially be one of the first flavor of the month builds for Chaos 5. Now, obviously, I'm not there yet, but I am assuming
It
that
ended
the
up being
Ramster could definitely be
flamethrowers.
in the mix in Chaos 5, just from
We'll probably
its
have a video on
value
that.
of shooting through the targets. Now, on that same note, flamethrower. We know the flame burst is gone and the flamethrower is here. The flamethrower is mean. Now, a couple of interesting things you can do with the flamethrower. First off, let's throw one down. We see, oh my god, 322,000 health. That's crazy. At 25,000 damage per second in Tier 1. Not the best flamethrower in the world. I'm still working on getting my stuff squared away as well. But you see that 322,000 health. Now, we all know that flamethrowers, if we want to get them up there close and personal and covering all your walls, they're going to potentially take a little damage. They're going to get smacked in the face every now and
Yup,
then.
flamethrowers and
Having that
Nimbus.
320,000 health definitely helps out. Now, how I got that done is with a defense totem. Of course, with a totem, defense health is the #1 ability.
Crazy, isn't it? Using a totem on a damaging defense because vampiric empowerment was so strong. And at the time, they must have stacked. Like, vampiric and fort must have stacked. A lot of this stuff stacked for a while. Now it's limited to only a few things that stack. But yeah, using a totem for a DPS defense.
I went with defense power and defense speed for the other two. And what is going to make this special and make it still a very valuable hard-hitting totem is another really, really important shard. Vampiric Empowerment. Increase the defense power of the affected tower by 60% of its defense health. Of course, we got high
The
defense
reason
health.
this was such a novelty at the time is, you know, the flamethrowers have such a small range compared to other defenses. So your flamethrowers would get killed prior to the trials if you tried to use that skill sphere. Where before you could use a skill sphere and convert your flame burst tower into a flamethrower, they would just get one tapped, you know, anytime you put them up within range. So they weren't super popular because they just didn't, you know, they couldn't stay alive. So this was quite the novelty, using a totem and throwing vampiric empowerment on it and being able to throw it up front and still get all the juice.
We're getting a defense power boost of 60% of that number, which when I tested it with a medallion versus a totem, I actually had like a 5,000 DPS increase by using the totem instead. Plus, it makes it a tank. So
now, once again, I didn't have defense rate here because no one had it yet because it dropped at a higher chaos tier. I think it was like Chaos 3 or Chaos 4 at the time originally. I don't really remember. But of course, the medallion, if I would have had defense rate, the medallion would have blew it away.
seems like a pretty good move. Another very important aspect of the flamethrower is it is going to penetrate shields, reflect shields. It's going to penetrate reflect shields. The flamethrower
This is the
another
first
tower
time in the
that-
game where we had a hard counter and you couldn't use what you normally used. So, like before that, leading up to this, you saw me spamming a whole lot of cannonballs throughout lots of different maps, PDTs, cannonballs, etc. You couldn't use those defenses because they wouldn't penetrate through the bulwark or the vanguard shield And of course, the Vanguard's still the Chaos 1 enemy today, just like it was when it launched.
It has a potential of being a flavor of the month at Chaos 5. Now let's move on and talk about PDTs a little. PDTs have changed, however, they are still strong, but in an entirely different way. I haven't actually worked on my PDT Huntress yet. However, PDTs, you can get down to firing like almost at the 3 times per second route. They will fire off some shots. Now, the problem with PDTs is when you get into the later Chaos waves, Chaos 4 and up, and you've got those reflect shields, all those darts are just going to bounce right back at you. And trust me, you're not going to be burning stuff down before it gets to the walls once you get to Chaos 4 and 5. The baddies are going to be pounding on your walls.
18
and
ascension
the PDT
level
is not going to be as effective then because it's just getting reflected.
Yeah,
A
C5
few
was the
other
cap
towers
then.
that are very, very effective right now, right out of the gates.
4 maps was the
sounds
only thing we
crazy.
could play.
Weapon manufacturer from the EV2. The weapon manufacturer from the EV2 absolutely hits like a truck. Let me see. I don't have mine even remotely dialed in, but I will.
This is
let
when
you
the
take a
weapon
look at
mans
it just
became good,
so
too.
You can see the ridiculous change that the weapon manufacturer has had. Now, a few cool things about the weapon manufacturer is you can make that so it is.
Oh, wow, nice.
Got up to 7 nodes.
Hopefully it works
7.
and doesn't bug.
Oh yeah, I said it. 7. Also, look at the range on that bad boy.
You could
Now,
stack
when we
the
look
nodes right
at
on top of each other then, too.
The DPS rolling out. 65,000 damage per second, 69,000 damage per second. This is at tier 1, and this is the damage it does, the AoE damage. Crazy, crazy good. The weapon manufacturer's weakness? The cyborg. When you get to Chaos 2, and you're going to have cyborgs rolling around, or is cyborgs even Chaos 1? It's either Chaos 1 or 2, so it's very early.
It was Chaos
However,
2.
the cyborgs are going to
Just like
completely
now.
disable your weapon manufacturers and make them.
See, this was all unheard of at the time. Everybody was like, what the hell? What are all these counters, you know? Because before, the game was based off of you could do what you wanted, you know? If you liked cannonballs, use cannonballs. If you liked flame burst towers, use flame burst towers, or or lightning auras, or whatever the case is. No one knew anything about any of these hard counters.
Not effective. Now you notice the increased range on them versus what it used to be. Just beast mode. With shards, of course, you can get this up to 7 nodes, which is just crazy. So the weapon manufacturer is a very strong tool right out of the gates at tier 1. Now, of course, the weapon manufacturer also is not upgradable, which means you're going to save mana for other towers as you don't have to dump any mana into the weapon manufacturer. So say we went something like that. We got no ups. We can't go up to tier 2 as the weapon manufacturer is only a tier 1 deal. Now on that same note, the atomic launcher. You can shard this up where you can get multiple charges out of the atomic launcher now and just completely destroy an area. So the weapon manufacturer is very valuable.
Still the same today.
Yet its uses are
Atomic
gonna be
launcher is
restricted
still
to either
incredibly
very smart
strong.
building or just in the earlier chaos tiers before the cyborgs are going to become a huge problem.
A lot of people think that that was a new thing. That's not a new thing. I mean, here we are in a video. When did I say this one was? March 1st, 2017. Talking about the atomic launchers and how strong they are. Definitely not
Now,
a new
I think I
thing.
mentioned it already.
What's going
but I
on
want
there,
to
Greg?
Stress again the importance of going back and doing the other game modes. Don't try to rush it. Go back and do campaign, as these valuable shards are all right there. Now, I don't
Still
know
the
if you've
same
noticed,
today.
but that weapon
It's all about
manufacturer was
shards.
actually without having a pet. I didn't even have a pet equipped on this guy, and it was ripping out that much damage. So the weapon manufacturer, very, very solid. It's going to help you out big time through the campaign and big time through Chaos 1.
Yeah,
So
they didn't
weapon
squish it.
manufacturer will definitely save the day. As far as walls go right now, every single hero that has walls, their walls can be ridiculous. So by all means, take the hero you prefer to build up as your waller.
Oh,
I
we
went with the Mystic
quickly transitioned to a no walls thing. No, it's some Twitch promotion. There's no drops for DD2 going right now.
just because I like to see.
Let's see, what do we got next? I think we got the gear switch over. Um, yeah, this was the gear transition.
What's going on, everyone? Juicebags here, and
Going
welcome
from
back
nightmare to
some Dungeon
chaos.
Defenders 2 and another quick guide and tutorial for
No
the
thick
trials.
vines, but still using
Now,
trees.
today I wanted to take a moment to talk about gear and progression, as apparently there's a lot of confusion about item drops. Now, I do know that a lot of you viewers will model your heroes around what you see me using, and I've told you all before, and I'll tell you again, that is not the correct thing to do. The reason being here
There you go,
is
y'all. I said it in
personally put enjoyment
2017.
before progression. If I don't have fun playing a game, I don't play that game anymore. So I always look to have a good time first and worry about the details later. However, I know a lot of you really want to start pushing hard towards the end game as fast as you can. So here we go. Now, with the removal of item power, that also removes gating. What I mean by that is there is no item power requirement to join any particular map.
See how it was originally, it wasn't you unlocked the tier. Like now, of course, just like in this video, you get the champion score to unlock Chaos 4, then you can join any Chaos 4 map. Before, it was based off of the item power, and the item power wouldn't even allow you to like look at the matches that were being run that you didn't have access to.
Now, how that was remedied is the gear that you get that drops.
I've been to Survival 400. I don't know who told you that. It's just I don't feel like Onslaught is endgame, or it's not an endgame that I want to play. I don't like re-rolling maps. I don't like requiring group progression. It's the same reason I never go to GR 150 in Diablo 3, because I can't stand having to re-roll a map to play the game. It's just irritating as hell to me. But yeah, I mean, I've pushed very high in survival. I've never capped it, never got to the final 500, which I don't think it's possible now.
Is only going to drop based off of the gear that you currently have equipped. So if you know,
well,
say
that
you
was
have a friend
pre.
that's
I don't think it's
really,
possible
really
now.
high up and can
It
build out a
probably
map
is with
for ya
exploits,
and, could
which
come in and
everybody's all
DPS
about the
everything
exploits
down,
now.
and you can play with them. That's all great. However, remember, you are not going to be seeing upgrades. You know, say you're geared in Chaos 1 equipment and you're doing a Chaos 5
It was not
map with a
easy
friend,
by any means.
you are going to be getting Chaos 1 quality drops. Now, they might be slightly better, but it's going to be right there in that range. Now, what this means for current endgame players, or players that were endgame players prior to coming into the trials,
It'd be possible to require the cheddar.
Chaos 3.
Yeah, I just don't.
So if you were in
like I said, I
full
never
item power 750
had
gear
a big
before,
E-peen,
you
and it's
should
all
be
so much
replacing
E-peen
all
now.
of that gear with
I don't
Chaos
really
3
want
items.
to have
Now,
to
when I say all
exploit
that gear,
something
I
to
mean
play a
all
game.
that gear. So, like, you see me rolling around with some heroes that just have one relic equipped to throw down some walls. That is not going to get you any progression if that hero is in your deck while the map itself is running. Every slot needs to be filled on every hero that you have in the deck. Now, remember, you're going to still.
I guess I don't get into the gear. Basically, when it went from Nightmare to Chaos 3, the thing that was throwing everybody off. Yeah, I mean, that's a big milestone. A solo push to 200 on Coral Reef, that's huge. There's not a whole lot of 999 Onslaught players that could do that. Without cheddar cheese in it. But survival is where the true difficulty in the game is. The difference is Onslaught is more active, survival is more boosting, you know? So anyway, when the way the gear progression worked, and the thing that really confused everyone is we went to this new system. So you had all these people that were in Nightmare 4 gear. Nightmare 4 gear basically gave you enough of a champion score to unlock Chaos 3. However, prior to this, there was no hard counters in the game. And trying to jump directly from Nightmare 4 into Chaos 3 was a very, very difficult task. And a lot of people were like, what the hell? You know, what the hell happened to the game? And at this era, Chaos 5 was the absolute top. And how it worked then is there was only 4 maps you could do. So one of the maps in Chaos 5, which at the time, I think this one and Temple of the Necrotic are the 2 that I did the most. And I think these 2 were the easiest maps to complete. But this, of course, was the introduction of the Assassin, which once again was something that we never had to deal with in DD2. You just never had to worry about something chain killing you over and over and over again. And in fact, at the launch, for those of you that remember the launch, they would spawn kill you. So if you were playing solo and you died, you were in real trouble because they were going to kill you the second you spawned every single time. So they would just chain kill you. And if your defenses wouldn't hold, you were screwed. Now, this is pre-Barbarian as well, so you didn't have the unstoppable Slappy Boy to swap over to. The Barbarian wasn't here yet. So this is my first, I think this is my very first ever Chaos 5 win that I was able to record it. It's not Littlehorn. It's, what the hell's the name of it? Nimbus. Nimbus is the one, and it's because it was a Chaos 5 map. You could only do 4 maps, and then it was a Chaos 7 map. I never had a problem with Littlehorn, but the maps that I grinded the most were definitely Sewers, which I think this was the easiest one, and then Temple of the Necrotic. Yeah, it was Littlehorn, Temple of the Necrotic, or maybe Temple of the Necrotic was Chaos 7. I don't remember. No, Temple of the Necrotic was Chaos 4. And then it was Chaos 7. It was Sewers, Nimbus Reach, Littlehorn, and I don't remember what the 4th map was. But this was the very first ever Chaos 5 win that I got recorded. And it pissed off so many people because I completely cheesed the Assassin with the old Frostbite Tower before it was nerfed. Frostbite's freezing the enemy at the end of its cycle. It used to freeze the enemies instantly. That was a bug. And that was your way around Assassins. And that was how I dealt with Assassins right here. Looks like I did this one in double speed. A triple time look. I'm assuming I recorded this after work at like 4 in the morning. So you see, we're still going Frosty Power, but we're going Frosty Power and Flamethrowers. And then we're using the Frosty Power from the Frostbite to also deal with the Assassins. What a weird place to wall things, huh? Especially that southeast lane. Oh, it's because here you ignored the sub-objective is what it was. 160 Ascension? Oh, yeah. That was after a grind, too. Definitely a different era. We get into Ancient Power here pretty quick. Ancient Power wasn't in the game yet at this point. The Trials hit, then Onslaught came back to the game, and that pissed everybody off too, because they didn't tell us it was changing. Onslaught was Endless Mode originally, of course. We went through that yesterday, where you got the golden pets and stuff. Yep, you throw down the little spinny on the Abyss Lord and get the assassins off of you with that. The problem wasn't really with Onslaught mode and how they did it. It's that it was different than everyone's expectation. And they didn't tell anybody. They just kept saying Onslaught is returning, Onslaught is returning. And they didn't tell anyone that it was being completely reworked into a different system. And that was the thing that I think triggered everybody. Plus, it was more hard counters. You know, this is pre-mods, so that's why mods became a thing. Once again, it was kind of reactionary development. Onslaught came out, people hated it, so they created a mod system to counter the counters instead of just changing it back to the old Onslaught system. We're not there yet, Dizzy. We'll get to that era here in a minute. But yeah, basically using frostbite towers to burn the assassins off of me. I think it was Wrecked who showed me that Abyss Lord. You know, you can throw down the Abyss Lord's second ability and it stuns enemies. Still right now today. Well, as soon as you turned purple, you could throw that down on the ground and then stand on it. And when the assassin popped on you, it would stun it off. Just every time the assassins come, I'm jumping back in front of that frostbite tower. And that's freezing them off of me. No, mods weren't in the game yet. There were no mods. Like I said, once again, mods were created to counter the fact that people were quitting the game because they hated Onslaught. Onslaught didn't really become a super cherished thing until like maybe 2 years ago. Literally everyone in the game hated Onslaught. And they put the mod system in to try to make people a little more willing to do it. And it worked, but it didn't really work. Yeah, Sparkle Party became super popular once people started using it. That was one of those pet abilities that nobody ever used. And Assassins made it so useful. It's still super useful today. For if you're having a problem as a newer player breaking into Chaos 5. But yeah, that was about it. Just basically, the Frostbite towers were freezing every tick and not at the end of their channel, so it was freezing the assassins off of me. And I had to use that little bit of cheddar to get my first Chaos 5 wins. Here we got the first Know Your Enemies video, which I don't think we need to go through that one, but it's basically the exact same thing as today. You know, Chaos 1 had Vanguards, Chaos 2 had Cyborgs, Chaos 3 had Geodes, Chaos 4 had the Berserkers, Chaos 5 had Assassins. So that system never changed. It just swapped over from being trials to being expeditions. And then here we got this is the release announcement.
And on everyone, Juicebacks here, and welcome back to some Dungeon Defenders 2 news. Many of you already
This is back
know,
when they
but
used the forums heavily.
begun. Dungeon Defenders 2 leaves early access and is fully released this year. Not only this year, in just a few weeks on June 20th.
So this is 2017. I said just a few weeks on June 20th. So yeah, this is May 31st, 2017. Right when it was officially announced. They put it on their forums first, so I made this video. Or no, it looks like I actually clipped that from a trailer. It's going good, Joe. We're just going through the history of DD2 here.
Is to go until DD2 hits the market and leaves early access for good. So stoked. Now there's a couple of announcements that mixed in with it that were really, really a big surprise, and I'm shocked that Trendy was able to keep it such a secret. But first off, not only is it going to be completely free to play on the PC and the PS4, players will be happy to hear that, but it is also hitting the Xbox One free to play on the Xbox
Remember, it wasn't
One
on Xbox
June
at
20th.
first. Not until
Gonna
the
be absolutely
June
awesome
official
there.
1.0 came.
Now, when the Xbox
did it
One
go to
version
Xbox? And it was
releases,
completely
gonna come with
unexpected.
An exclusive pet.
No one thought it
and
was
an
ever going to
additional
go
map, and they kind of teased the map
onto
a
the
little bit in the
Xbox.
trailer. I'll put a link to the official release date trailer in the description below. To me, I think the map is the Carnival map, which those that have been playing DD2 for a while know all about the Carnival and the Carnival map. That's the map it looks like to me is going to be added to the Xbox One, but not
See, when that originally the Wild Westival map that's there today was only for the Carnival event, and then it was removed. They never put it back in. Well, they put it back in for 1.0, but as a special treat to Xbox users, they made it only playable in the Xbox at first. I think that was probably only a week or two, and then they rolled it out to PlayStation and PC. Still slightly salty that Xbox still gets exclusives. Oh yeah, a lot of people.
And then it also says that that map will be available on other versions, so the PC and the PS4, shortly after the release of the Xbox One version. So
I don't remember how long of a wait it was, but it wasn't long.
The new map first, and so awesome. Great job there, Trendy. Now, of course, everyone wants to know, is it going to be free to play? Of course, it's going to be free to play.
Yeah, prior to this, the game wasn't free either. You had to pay for it. It had a free-to-play game model where you still had microtransactions in-game, but you had to pay for early access. So, like, PlayStation players, up until this point, none of them got the game for free. Every single person playing it had to pay for the early access for it.
On the PS4 and on the Xbox One, it already is on the PC. Plus, what else will be coming? It says that the main focus for Trendy between now and release is bug fixing, game polish, completing some features. To me, the most important thing, bringing back incursions and incursion weapons, which means we're going to get those unique weapons back again, which are so awesome. And then there's
Little did I know,
surprises that we aren't aware of quite yet.
There's a few of them.
So June 20th is the day.
A few of them that didn't change too drastically. But that was after the forum post. It looks like I do have the launch trailer here. So this is the very first launch trailer for DD2. That was the OG. Their trailers used to be pretty impressive, huh? They had a ton of work that went into them. I mean, they still do good trailers, but they had a ton of stuff that went into them there. See, we got a 5 things every new player should know, but this is outdated. So let's see what this version of 5 things every player should know is.
What's going on, everyone? Juicebags here, and welcome back to some Dungeon Defenders 2. Today we're going to discuss the top 5 things that every new player should know about DD2. Let's go ahead and get started. Now, first things first.
There's a long list there, Joe.
It's your very first time, you just come in, you don't know what to do, and you had to pick a hero to get into the tavern. So
the main problem with why DDA didn't continue to get updates is the studio lead at the time said that they would never charge for any DLC down the road into the game for content. That right there killed it, because you can't have a game that doesn't continue to generate revenue and continue working on it is the number one reason. If they would have put out DLC content like DD1 and charged for it, DDA would probably still be getting updated today. But that would be the number one reason. But there's a whole list of other reasons why DDA ended up not performing or not sticking around for very long.
Picked who you thought looked the coolest and figured you'd move on with there.
There's the Weapon Man
Now,
stacking.
As you'll notice, you do have 4 slots in your hero deck, in the active deck that's there. Now, you are going to want to fill all
Thanks
of
for
those
following there,
slots
Impact.
right away, which means when you first come in, ideally, you should create a squire, an apprentice, a huntress, and a monk. All
That's still
of
the same
original
today.
4 heroes. Get
I'm not
all
sure
those
what in
heroes
this is
your deck
outdated.
before you start playing the campaign. Now, you may have to do some starter quests, like run over and talk to the Knight Commander, or do something, introductory in that matter. But make sure before you actually start running maps, you get your hero deck full. And here is the reason why. All experience earned while running maps is earned for each hero. Now, I don't mean that this is split between the heroes. I mean, say a map rewards 10,000 experience, it's not 2,500, 2,500, and so on and so on. It is 10,000 apiece. So if you have one hero in your deck, you're going to earn 10,000
There
experience.
was a different quest thing. Like you had
If
to
you
go
have
talk to
4
the
heroes
Knight
in your
Commander,
deck,
but that was
you're gonna
about it.
earn
This is
40,000
long
experience
before the
because you're gonna
current
earn
system.
10,000
But the
for
same
each one.
philosophy
Now, the
still
campaign
applies.
is designed to get
Got to fill the deck to get all
a
the
full
XP.
deck, so 4 heroes to level 50 by the end of it. And you're going to want to make sure that you take advantage of that and not just roll on in with one hero. As
This is before they split
you will
campaign
want
and put
to be
that
able to
current
play
system
around
in.
with others as you advance in Dungeon Defenders
Before
2.
adventure modes
And
weren't
this
there.
helps you get all
And
of
the
these
campaign
heroes
was twice
up to
as
level
long.
50 in a very quick manner.
Or adventure mode was different, if it was
Now,
there.
number 2 on the list is going to be talking about pets. Of course, we all see the pets. Everybody's got a pet as we're running around. And pets are fun. Pets, particularly early game, can be pretty darn awesome once you unlock their abilities. And pets are very, very fun to play with. Now, your very first pet egg is going to drop from Betsy.
That's
Now,
still
if
true
we head
too.
over to the campaign maps, and we look down, Betsy is going to be the very first boss in the game, and she is
See,
the big
Betsy
purple
is now the
dragon
end of the
in the
campaign,
Wyvern Den.
where before the
So your
campaign
very
kept
first
going.
pet is going to drop
And those
on the
other
Wyvern
acts
Den map
are additional,
Which
or
is
the
what?
adventure maps now.
about halfway through. So about halfway through the campaign, you will start earning pets. Now, after you complete Wyvern Den, Betsy is going to drop a pet egg every single time. After that, every single map you play, from here until eternity, is going to have a chance of dropping another
I'm
pet
sure
egg.
it's something with
And,
the
that's how you're
information.
going to go ahead and
And
build
not
out
the. There's going to be something
your
bad
little
info in
library
here
of
somewhere
pets,
that's was
and you'll
changed
end up with
from
quite
launch.
a few over a period of time. So by all means, make sure you have fun with them. Now, the third thing I wanted to talk about was the current gear progression system.
Oh, this is it right
all
here.
Gear that drops is not only based on the difficulty of the map that you're running, but also
Remember, originally you had to
your
equip the gear
strongest
before
hero
it
in
started
your deck.
internally recording the gear.
Which means, in my particular case, this EV2 is my strongest hero. So no matter which of these 4 heroes I am actually active playing on, all the gear is going to drop at this particular hero's gear level. So you want to make sure that you have all of your best gear on one particular hero and make sure that you're maximizing all the drops you get. It can be a very confusing system, but if you follow this general rule and just have one strong
Now-
hero geared out,
Like a lot of people still think this is true, and it's not true. It's true to get the unlocks, but it's not true for the better gear dropping. Where originally you had to equip the pieces of gear to get that slot's credit, where now that item power or hero score number on each individual piece of gear is internally recorded and we don't see it. So you no longer have to auto equip that gear. Additionally, now it's based off of repetition, where before, like, say you're doing your first Chaos 5, like now, if you do Chaos 5, you're going to start off with 0 of 10 or 1 of 10 Chaos 5 gear. Then a couple maps later, you'll get 2 of 10. A couple maps later, 3 of 10, etc., etc. Before, it was always based off of your individual item power score for that particular hero.
It doesn't have to be your active hero, just a hero in your deck. It's going to make life much, much easier for you. Now, number 4 on the list is I wanted to talk about shards. Throughout the course of your adventures in Dungeon Defenders, you're going to get lots of shard packs to open by completing maps. Once you open these shards, or the shard packs, they're going to have a shard inside.
Oh, the Weapon Man
for
spam.
Various different items that you can add.
This is pre-mods too, y'all. Weapon Mans were just good.
Your armor, and your relics. Now, shards are very important, and they're a crucial part of the game. So by all means, as you're earning Defender medals as you go through the campaign, as you will earn quite a few, make sure you're upgrading your shards. Now, to upgrade a shard, you can control left-click on it, and that's going to open up the shard's individual user interface, and then you can choose to upgrade it with either Defender medals or gold. I personally usually recommend Defender medals, as they are the earnable in-game currency. Let me go ahead and find a shard that I want to upgrade.
I got 118 million gold. I don't know why I would have said that.
Example.
But
here's a nice.
I guess we were getting Defender medals easier then, maybe?
I'm not sure.
I want
to go ahead and upgrade that all the way.
The whole philosophy there was you're going to get to the cap on Defender medals, so just spend them. Where gold, no one was going to get to 2 billion gold back then, you know? So, like, this was probably considered crazy, crazy wealthy when this video came out, 118 million. So I'm assuming that may have been why I said that.
12, it's going to cost me 1 Defender medal. To upgrade it all the way up, it's going to cost 52. So if I go ahead and hold down Control, we see that changes the purchase prices with gold or Defender medals. And I can choose to go ahead and upgrade that bad boy.
We just didn't have anything to spend Defender medals on back then, except a hero.
The reason I say it's important to upgrade your shards is, particularly when you're going through the campaign, your gear is not going to last very long. You are going to be swapping out gear constantly, as you're going to constantly find improvements. However, one thing is certain is shards are around forever, which means a shard that you find in campaign or in like a Chaos 1 or early game map, there's a very strong chance that you could still be using that shard when you get to Chaos 7.
Yeah, the shard shop wasn't there yet.
So you want to make sure you upgrade those shards.
Or the current version of the shard shop wasn't there yet. So, like, nowadays, I would tell people to either save their Defender medals for unlocking a new hero, or to buy a required shard, like Defense Rate or whatever, something that's going to last you for a long time. But back then, there wasn't things to spend it on.
Item that you'll keep around for the entire amount of time that you play Dungeon Defenders 2. You can spend the same amount of gold just about to upgrade a piece of armor, say, that the shard is going to go into. However, that armor piece is going to be replaced very quickly, and the shard you're just going to pull right out of that piece of gear. And use it in another piece. Now, the last thing I wanted to talk about today is, once again, the campaign and completing the campaign. It's very important for you to go through and complete the campaign for several reasons. First off, in my opinion, it's some of the most fun time in the game. You're going to have a blast. By the time you complete the campaign, you're going to know whether or not you really have the love for this game and want to continue on, or whether or not you just had a little fun in another free-to-play game. Now, the main reason it's important to complete the campaign is those Defender medals I was talking about earlier. Defender medals are the premium earnable currency. Basically, there's 2 different kinds of currency that you can earn in-game as you're playing. Those are gold and Defender medals. And Defender medals is going to be the premium variety of those two currencies.
Oh, yeah.
Now, just by going through the campaign the first time and completing all of the campaign missions, you're going to earn 5,000 plus Defender medals. Now, Defender medals are going to be...
It was just important back then to go through those initial steps as it is going through the quest today. I mean, of course, today you get a bunch of Defender medals, you get bags, you get vault space. I mean, it's so rewarding to go through that new player quest progression. And so many people skip it. And I think that was it. I think that's all I put in this video.
Not only upgrade, and that's going to unlock lots of different things for you. You can get yourself a new hero. You can
still talking about getting the Defender medals from the quest line
and help you succeed with some more DD2.
So the quest line before basically was go talk to the Knight Commander, go talk to the pet person, and then go do each one of the campaign maps. And then at the end of it, the new player quest was done. And you got ended up getting 5,000 Defender medals. You didn't get any gems. You didn't get any of the bag or vault unlocks or anything like that. But the outdated part of this, I'm assuming, mainly is probably the gear thing. Sith Phil with the sub. Thank you so much. 56 months. Holy crap, man. Okay, now I put these on the playlist mainly for duration, but I don't want to go through the videos again because it's literally the exact same thing as today. This How to Beat Chaos 1 for your first time. It's the exact same thing. So I'm not going to go through all of those because I am going way slower than I expected and starting to run out of time. But I thought this one here was a good one to put in. And this was, a lot of people know about the Nuke Monk. People don't know where it came from. Well, it all started with this video. And the full name of it, of course, was the Nuclear Monk. And it was all about the pet nuke. At the time, nobody knew or nobody really was talking about the swing speeds. And the first actual Nuke Monk video I did was actually because of Show. And Show was doing a Squire nuke at the time where it was doing the last sword swing, hitting for increased damage. And I saw Show doing the Squire nuke, and that made me think about the Monk's nuke. And that's where that came from. But originally, it all started with pet nukes. So here's the very first pet nuke, or the first Nuke Monk video ever.
Welcome back.
There ended up being about 15 of these over the years, I think.
Today we're going to take a look at the Nuclear Monk, the burst damage specialist that can burn down mobs, have a ton of fun with that double jump, and is a fun alternative for people.
This was before Lavamancer reworks too. The Lavamancer still had the crazy hero scaling. Damage scaling.
Nuclear Monk is all about burst, like I said, and it's going to achieve this through various sources, and you are able to get effectiveness from this hero all the way up through the Chaos ranks. Now, with that being said, its true power definitely does not get unleashed until Chaos 7, and in Chaos 7 you are going to have just a lot of fun with this build. Now, first off, let's run through the shards. This is a hero damage, hero crit spec. So all of our stats are going to be hero damage, hero crit dominant. Of course, being a Chaos 7 player, hero health is definitely necessary.
That came later.
However,
I mean, it still had the high hero damage scaling now,
so
but the ridiculousness with Lavamancers and pets came much later.
The primary two are going to be hero damage and hero crit.
Because of the ability to do all the swaps and mods and everything else. It just compounded the already crazy scaling.
Let's take a look at the shards. Now, as you see, I have only got a few shards socketed, and that is because there's only a few required shards to complete this build.
That was that. You needed 6 shards to do the original Nuke Monk.
Does not matter. Whatever shards you use are going to be nice additions.
Now, of course, that's very fine-tuned.
Something like, say,
and you don't use the Monk, you use the Lavamancer.
And then Overwhelm. And then just any random third shard. Life Leech might be good. Anything you want, really. No required shards in the weapon whatsoever, so use what you like. Same thing with the headpiece. No required shards at all. Use any shards you want. Just throw something in there that sounds good to you or has an effect on any particular abilities that you like to use the most.
Even stats pretty much, huh?
In the chess piece, however, you are going to want Power Gambit. Now,
Still the
Power
same
Gambit
thing
is
today.
The Chaos 7 shard I was mentioning, and this shard definitely is when
The hero damage Lavamancer is a
the
big
pain
pet
really
nuker.
gets unleashed
It's
in
extremely
this
boring to
build, as
play
Power
in
Gambit
any other
is
variety
beast mode.
other than tower boosting.
In the chess
But
piece,
it is a
you're
huge
also
pet
gonna want
nuke.
Heroic Power increases heroic waves hero damage boost by 40%. That's going to drop in Chaos 5. Now, one thing to be said about Heroic Power, it is currently a little bit buggy. So if you have any issues where your DPS drops,
So it's very, very niche
there's a
currently.
good chance Heroic Power could be the culprit.
Not a
So if you unequip it,
normal go-to for
and
anyone
then
except for
re-equip it,
boss nuking.
that should solve the problem. Now, in the gloves, you're going to want Critical Strike. That's definitely a required shard, as with any DPS hero, although I guess you could say it's
The
not
Beacon of the
100%
Storm,
required, but it's
I've
pretty-
got listed as a required shard here, but it's not required at all. It's just, it was so strong back then. It was like you just used it on everybody that was doing a hero damage build.
darn nice, and it drops in Chaos 1, so you should have no shortage of Critical Strike shards laying around. And then I did go
Let's
with
get to the
Beacon of
nukage.
Storm. Now, Beacon
Where's it at?
increases the damage of the next primary attack
All about the crane
by
stance.
90%.
Still, once again,
and
same
stacks
thing
up to
today,
6 times.
but
That
not the
equals
go-to
400
anymore.
or 540%. That's beast. So you're basically increasing the
The part that I didn't know about, that the reason the monk is not what it was today, is actually back on this chest piece. And the heroic power and heroic waves hero damage boost was actually buggy, and it was doing incredible things back then. That, of course, is not in the game right now. Thanks for following there, Flippy Bob. All right, the weapon, the pet. Here we go.
the nuclear monk build that really allows you to burn down mobs like absolute crazy is your pet. Now, I personally am using Rock Throw. Rock Throw throws a rock.
We didn't
away
have
at
as
you,
many of the
2500%
pet nukes
crit
available that
damage
we do today either.
and knock
back
back
then.
to one enemy. Now, this scales off of your hero damage stat. So 33,354 is my hero damage stat. 25 times that is what I'm going to be doing, but plus it's being modified by heroic power, power gambit, and just my heroic wave in general. So when I pop my pet,
Pepper going
I'm
ape
going to go
shit.
ahead and boost, and it's going to do just under 23 million damage a whack every single time.
See if the wife
Now,
hears her
this
and
is
lets her
considered
in.
crushing damage, so any mobs that take increased damage to crushing
Pepper's
damage,
right outside the window barking
or
at the front
any
door.
frozen mobs that can be shattered will instantly be killed. Now, if 22 mils not enough or 23 mils not enough to get the job done, it's probably a big old
Yeah,
boss.
let me go.
that's
Let me
not
get
susceptible.
Pepper real quick. She's gonna just sit there outside of my window and yap at me until I let her in. The wife's not hearing it. Be right back, y'all. Pepper has she's figured it out that if she's in the backyard and she wants to come in and the wife doesn't let her in, that she can come around to the front side of the house and scream at my window, and I'll eventually get up and let her in.
Able to shatter anyway. However, it does affect.
She
all
got me
crushing
trained.
damage. Now, on that same note, I'm using this pet and the rock throw just because I like that ability the most. The most effective ability to use is actually going to be
Gatto
Gatto
fireworks.
Fireworks. I know I've got a Gatto fireworks in here somewhere. There we go. Fires a trio of
I don't really have a
fireworks dealing
favorite. I like
915%
mixing things up and doing
magical
different
hero
stuff, or
damage
game
each.
becomes real grindy.
Now it fires 3 projectiles doing 915% each. So that is actually what, 2745, 2,745% of your hero damage. So it's slightly more than the rock throw. Like I said, I used the
See, that
rock
was a
throw
big
because I
chunk.
like it, and I increased 45.
See, things like that are like nothing nowadays,
2,745%
but that was
of your
huge.
hero damage. So it's slightly more than
What
the
is
rock
that? That was
throw.
20 million
Like I said, I used
damage,
the rock throw because
which in that time, 20 million damage in one pet thing was just unheard of. You know, just
I like
crazy,
it,
crazy.
and I encourage you to use the pets you like the most as well when you play the game. Now, just amazing. As you can imagine, 23 mil is going to take a huge chunk off of most bosses in the game. That goes up over 25 million if you're using the Gatto fireworks. However, like I said, I use the rock throw just because I like it the best. But anyway, that will do it for now. Follow the basic.
Yeah, the original pet nuke was the nuke monk. We got these how to beat. Here was a fun Lavamancer build. I actually remember this one. I never really played it for long because it was not my play style. But this was crazy, crazy good for a while. And that was stacking up the
And welcome back to some Dungeon Defenders 2
number one
and
ability.
the hero spotlight you've all been wanting.
I don't even remember what they're called.
This one's gonna have to go out for old Spider Dan, Mega Dan X Neo, as he has been telling me I need to do this hero spotlight for like a month, as the Lavamancer is quite the beast, without a doubt, and is truly the master of one-shots. The Lavamancer can one-shot every single
That statement
mob
is
in
still
the game,
true today,
shy of major boss fights.
but
Siege
different.
rollers,
Not the
an
same
issue.
way.
Ogres, not an issue. Anything else?
What
not
you would
an
do is
issue.
you would stack up the
And
little
it's
molten
all
balls
not what
and
most
then
people are
punch
using.
a
In
whole
fact,
chain
it
of 'em
is
at the enemy.
probably the most underused ability from the Lavamancer since the Lavamancer became. Now, I know a lot of people have been playing around with it, but of course, we're talking about the Molten Core, and it is
that's actually
just
not that long
absolute
ago.
insanity when you get it stacked up.
So
Now, of
yeah,
course,
I
in a
mean, we're
map, you
nowhere near
probably
that
never
era of the
have
game
the
yet.
opportunity to get it stacked up quite that high. But you see just the absurd amount of one-shot damage it puts out. You can't really see it super well in this dummy. I should have done it.
We're still in 2017 here, which I mean, we are in the current base era of the game, or almost. Onslaught is not back in the game yet here.
Drago charge back.
It's still not in the game at
we'll
this
give
point.
him another whirl. But like I said, this really is the master of one-shots. You're not looking for sustained DPS out of this one. You're actually looking to save up.
You just
and
one-tap
get your
every
one-shot
boss.
in on
You
all
would
the
stack a
bosses.
bunch of those
Now,
little
of course,
lava
we know the
balls
bosses are what it's all about. Your
and then
defenses
punch them
can
at the
handle all
enemy
little mobs.
or at the boss.
You just need to be ready to go against all the bosses. And without a doubt, the Lavamancer is the guy
And once
for you.
again, this is just the time in the game where like doing 1 million, 2 million damage was like crazy, crazy strong. And you had this Lavamancer that could stack up the little balls and dip out 25 million, 30 million damage or whatever. It was just crazy, crazy good.
Now, people, you might ask why you don't
have
you
any-
don't see me playing this build very often, and it's just because I just don't like the play style.
There
I'm
we
not
go.
a melee kind of guy, and
Still the
although this
same.
build is not focused
Don't like
around
melee.
by any means.
Don't like melee in any third-person game. I like them in isometric view games like ARPGs and stuff, but just cannot stand melee in any third-person game. All right, let's see. What else do we have? We got the Wizards and Blizzards update. This is when the Adept came. I think we can probably skip that one. That's not that big of a deal. That's just the introduction of the Adept. And then here is the big one. This is when Ancient Power came to the game. This is also when
What's going
Onslaught
on,
returned to the
everyone?
game.
Juicebags here, and welcome back for some long-awaited Dungeon Defenders 2 news. Baron Elandrian is done pulling out my heart plug, and the Ancients Prelude update
There's
is
a little Dune reference there that literally no one got. I think Elandrian was the only one who got the reference.
coming next week. Now, the Ancients Prelude update is going to bring all these teasers together in the story, as Grandma has found a way to make us some super shards. Oh yeah, can't wait. Now, these hyper shards are going to be available through the newest game mode, which is Mastery. Now, the Mastery mode.
Oh, this is pre-Onslaught. That's right. This isn't. This is Mastery mode.
Challenges that are going to be available. We'll find out more details, of course, this Friday on the dev stream. And each one of these different masteries is going to be...
Looks like
worth,
Onslaught's
or
not
you
too
can
far
earn
off
up
according
to
to the
5
playlist, though.
stars on each map. Now, it does say that we're going to have access to every Chaos map. So I'm assuming there is going to be a challenge for each individual.
See, this was a stage in a game where we had limited access, where maps were only in a specific Chaos tier, or in, you know, each Chaos tier only had specific maps. There were duplicates where one was like in 5 and then again in 7. So being able to play on any map was like unheard of at this point, because we were always limited to what map we could play based off of what difficulty we were playing. In Mastery mode, of course, when it came to the game, it had something available for every map, but more importantly, that was our first hyper shards, which were huge.
We'll be able to unlock these stars to get various rewards throughout. Now, it says the rewards, of course, are the hyper shards, an exclusive flare, which is a new accessory coming to the game. You're going to be able to add some wings onto your Abyss Lord if you really want to, as that is not too far out. Golden pets are making a return. Everybody wants to know where the golden pets are at. Well, here they are. They have returned back to the world of Dungeon Defenders 2, and I can't wait to start earning them again.
So weird. I remember that bunched together more. I guess the updates were so frequent that it seemed like it all came at the same time, but it was all spread out. Like we had the launch, and we had shards, and we had Chaos 5, and then we had an update that opened it up to Chaos 7, and then we had the update with Mastery being added in, and then after Mastery and Ancient Power, Ancient Power came with Onslaught. So Mastery mode came first. That was called the Ancient's Prelude. So these were close together. When was that? October 5th? And when's this one? This one's December 1st. So I guess it was, 2 months. But it was 2 months in between the Mastery system and then also Ancient Power and the Onslaught system. And this is the announcement for Ancient Power here.
What's going on, everyone? Juicebags here with a quick Dungeon Defenders 2 news announcement. Today on Trendy Friday Fun, we got the information we have all been waiting for.
Mastery was super fun at the beginning.
The Ancients update releases on Tuesday, December 12th. So we've got 11 more days of anxiousness until we get to hop back into Onslaught mode and check out.
And at this stage in the game, this is what caused all the rage. A lot of people don't understand what all the rage was about Onslaught mode, because a lot of people love it today. Even at this stage of the game, where we're just around the corner from the update coming out, everyone thought it was Endless mode returning to the game. Because the original Onslaught was Endless mode and Golden Pets and Pick Your Reward. Everyone thought that's what it was. And instead, they gave us this current version, which was incredibly buggy at the beginning. And it just drove people away and pissed a lot of people off.
You can click the link in the description below to head on over to the Trendy blog with all the information we know so far. And of course, make sure to stay tuned to the channel, as more news will be posted as it becomes available. Thanks again.
It looks like that was just me announcing that there was news. And then we actually got Ancient Power. Now, I did an Ancient Power reset on the very first day it came out. So we can see the day it comes out right here. December 13th, 2017. So between... When was Ancient Prelude?
What's going on,
That was
everyone?
October 5th. From October 5th to December 13th, we had 2 updates. Now, this video, I could already hear it. This was cut from a live stream. As I was live streaming the update when it came out, and the audio quality is really, really bad. So I apologize to your ears in advance.
Amount of inventory management, because it's time to switch over to split heroes. You know,
so this is where Ascension.
It's time for me.
Or
to
no,
use
I think
one
Ascension
for
was already
Flamars,
there.
One for
Yeah, Ascension was already
I'm
there.
all set up for it already. Well, there's my dryads, for example.
And here, of course, we didn't
But-
have enough ascension levels to put into to do multiple things with one hero. We additionally didn't have the ascension caps. So you literally split every single hero. So there was an explosive trap huntress, there was a DPS huntress, there was a geyser trap huntress, a PDT huntress, and a blaze balloon. There was a nuke monk, a flame aura monk, a lightning strikes aura monk, a boost aura monk, and a skyguard monk. I had my DPS EV, a proton beam, weapon mans, I'm assuming, reflect beams, buff beams. That actually may have been weapon mans. Volts. I'm not sure. I don't remember.
If we look at the monks, I got little birdie.
So yeah, this is a live
Anyway,
stream VOD, so the
so-
audio and video quality is awful.
From what I'm told, you go over to Mana Node guy here. Let me clear out some inventory. Well, I don't know what's going to happen with inventory. Everything's going to re-roll. I'm going to have massive inventory management after this. So after I actually prestige, this will actually be the end of the stream. And then I am going to take a little lunch/dinner break, deal with my inventory nightmare, and then I'll be live over on Twitch for the second session of the evening. But anyway,
It's
Mr.
back when you
Mananode
couldn't
here.
stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So I did 2
And
streams a
Ancient
day.
Power. So
So that's my very first ever Ancient
by
Power
resetting
reset.
right now,
You see, it was an entirely different system then, but I had gone to floor 67. At the time, you went to floor 65. And you had to be floor 65 and Ascension 250, which all of that system ended up getting reworked. But this was the original Ancient
I'm gonna get
Power. And the original Ancient Power, like a lot of people complain about Ancient Power taking so long and being so grindy today. The original Ancient Power system, if you got it done in like 25 to 30 hours, that was considered zooming. You were going super fast.
at 5% experience buff, a 5% gold buff. I'm going to get 58 added to my Ascension caps. And then I'm going to have a starting Ascension level of 174. Now, this starting Ascension level and this increase to the Ascension caps, these never go away. So next time, if I reset really, really low, like as soon as you
Yeah,
can,
been a long time, huh?
then these will still be there. So no matter what, I will never go below 174 Ascension again. And then here are all the buffs. You got Ancient Ability Power, Ancient Hero.
Now, how this was described to us back then was a prestige system. So, like, everyone was expecting to completely have to start fresh from the beginning with nothing. And, so this was a very, very new thing to a lot of players in the game at the time.
Heroic Power, or Hero Damage, Hero Health, Resistances, a Lifesteal, Fortification for your towers, Defense Power for your towers, Increased Range, Tower Build Time decreased.
All those
and
are still the
respawn
same.
Time.
I mean, the
Your
basics
Ascension
of the
goes
system
away,
never
though,
changed.
Onboard. You see, you'll have it down here. So anyway, now in exchange for that, it's gonna. I imagine it's gonna pop up and tell me that I'm about to cry because all of my hard-earned gear will be all re-rolled.
See, we also thought that the gear would be re-rolled, not just leveled down. Of course, what ended up really happening is it all just got dropped to campaign level.
Let's do it. All right. Warning: Ancient Power will make you cry. Requires a real sacrifice. You'll lose your endgame progression, most of your Ascension levels, and your gear will be re-rolled
yeah, there's
down
crit
to
now,
starting
too.
Chaos levels. So, what gets reset?
Crit
All
was a
equipment
different
levels,
thing.
all
This was
shard
before the
levels,
crit nerf.
all pet levels and evolutions, all trials progression, all onslaught progression. And what you gain, I get 1 Ancient Power point to put into those guys up top. I get plus 58 on my talent caps. then 5% increased gold, XP, and then that minimum ascension level always stays at 174. Yeah,
No
it
one
should be
wanted to
very,
do
very
it at
paced.
first. I think I may
Now,
have been the
this is
first
where the
person
real
to do
power
it.
comes in, is the ascension talent caps. Before I do this, let me look at the ascension levels again here. So you see, like, say, flame aura damage. My flame aura damage can go up to 140 right now. So after I reset, that number is going to go up to 198. So that is another, what, 1,160 defense power, essentially, that I can put into that item from my talent caps. Now, this is just for doing it the first time. Imagine after it's done 40, 50 times, and that talent cap is all the way up to the max, which is 999. That is a whole crap ton. That's almost 20,000 defense power.
The scaling
I mean, it's
changed
more
too with
than
that.
what a starting Chaos 7 relic would have on it. And I'll be getting that just from Ascension. So this is, hopefully it helps people understand exactly where the power comes from. As this, that is really the main part of it.
So
The
many
rest of it is
people
all
did this
bonuses.
and quit the game.
Anyway, without further ado, I'm afraid to hit the button. Bam.
Like I said, at this stage, nobody wanted to do it. It just came out. It was brand new update, and literally no one wanted to do it. Everybody was like, "No way, you're giving up too much."
And there we go.
But I
have
was
the
a WoW
power. I
player.
got 25,000 gold for that.
I was a World of Warcraft player before I did this, so I was used to expansions. Like you grinded for 5 years or whatever in vanilla WoW, and then the Burning Crusades came out, and all of that gear you grinded for was all trash. You instantly replaced it all. Like before completing like the second zone, you had better gear. So I was already used to those kind of systems, but so many people were very, very hesitant to do an ancient power reset. Nobody wanted to do it. And
I am now
I went for it.
174.
But yeah, that was my very first ever ancient power reset. Now I've probably done it. What, I got 70 on my main. Or 72 on my main. I got 72 on my alt. I probably got 30 or 40 on several other accounts. Just from doing different playthroughs over the years. I bet I've probably done, I don't know, not as many as some of the guys out there. There's people going for, I don't know if anyone's hit 999 yet, but I know there was people going for 999. But yeah, I've done several hundred, for sure. Now, Ancient Power, as I described it, was very, very different than it is today. It didn't have all the skips. It did have skips, but it didn't have skips like it has now. And it took way, way longer. So let's look at this fastest way. Or here we go, the new fastest way. We'll go with the most current version of the old system. And this was the fastest way to go through, which was still an enormous amount of maps. Let's go to that one. W is in the 700s. I mean, that's just, that's just a lot of grind. I mean, there's not really anything to gain from it other than a bunch of gold. But what it is it's a system that allows somebody that has nothing left to do in the game to continue to play the game. So, I mean, that aspect of it is great, So this, like I said, this was a whole different animal. It took so much longer. And this, at the time, this was March 26, 2018. So how far after my first AP reset is this? December 13th. So this is like 3 months into doing AP resets. And at the time, this was like groundbreaking
What's going on,
shit.
everyone? Juicebags here, and welcome back to some Dungeon Defenders 2. As most of you know, I just went through the Ancient Power 10, and I wanted to document the fastest way, or what I thought was the fastest way, to push through the Ancient Power system, getting to number 11.
This was pre-alts, too. We weren't allowed to use alts at this stage.
Each Chaos Trial unlocks.
I mean, people did it anyway, but you would get banned.
So depending on what your gear score is depends on how many maps you need to do. So under the
It's
current
so many
system,
maps back
your
then.
experience will change from prestige to prestige based off of your RNG and your luck with drops. Really, the path you take is going to be completely up to you and could be slightly different each time. Now, we do know, of course, you need to go from floor 1 to floor 65 to be able to use Ancient Power again.
It was just
Now,
a
that
basic
being said,
system.
of course, remember,
Had to get to
this
65 no
video
matter what.
and
Always started
pushing
at floor
through the
1.
Ancient Power levels and gaining the Ancient Power points is, first off, completely optional, and also it is definitely for the grinder. If you want to play the game casually, or if you have yet to reset Ancient Power your first time, your best bet is to push the highest onslaught floor you can. Do not
Still true
reset
today.
right away the second you get to
I mean, now you could do the skip
250
to
and
get to
floor
Chaos 9.
65, as your gains will be
But you always
actually
gain more for going
non-existent.
higher in
It's
onslaught.
just not worth it for you to do it at that point. You want to be able to push your starting Ancient Power as high as you can. Now, of course, my minimum Ascension level now is 381 because I did the big Onslaught push. And the easiest way to get this number up is
381
to push
was the big
Onslaught
push.
floors.
I think that was like,
once again, do not reset.
that was probably like getting to like maybe floor 100 or floor 120 back then, which was probably like number 2 or number 3 in the world, because it was just such a different game and it was just brutal doing Onslaught.
Set right at floor 65 if this is your first time through, as
Not
your
because of the
starting
difficulty,
ascension
but
level
because of
or
the
minimum
system.
Ascension level is just going to be so low that by the time you go through the system again, you're going to have to do a serious Chaos 7 grind at the end of it just to get back up to Ascension level 250. Now, of course, this video, once again, is just playing the gear score game and trying to get through
Let's
the
get to the
Ancient Power
numbers.
system from floor 1 to floor 65 as quick as well. Now, as you see, I am up to gear score 4021. Now, to get Chaos 7 unlocked, I did have to upgrade one piece. So I did upgrade these gloves.
Did I not go
However,
through it all?
I didn't do any other upgrades in took. Now, I was able to get this done in 18 total maps prior to Chaos 7, and starting my last Chaos 7 map right now. Now, as you
So it was 18 maps to get to Chaos 7 back then, which was crazy, crazy fast. And then after that, you had to do a crazy amount to get to floor 65.
see, I am up to gear score 4021. Now, to get Chaos 7 unlocked, I did have to upgrade one piece. So I did upgrade these gloves. However, I didn't do any other upgrades in Chaos 6. Now, in Chaos 6, I did have to rerun Chaos 6 over and over again to get to the point where I had the gear score available to unlock Chaos 7. Once again, your experience will vary. It depends several things. First off, how much do you want to spend any gold? If you're willing to spend gold, it's going to go quicker. Also, minimizing the amount of shard expenditures you have had. Now, I personally upgraded Vicious Strikes, and I upgraded Mass Destruction. My next time through, I will not be upgrading Mass Destruction, as this saves you several million gold, and I will be using a different shard in its place. Now, I am still using a couple of hyper shards, for example, Radiant Critical Power. It's a boot shard. We all know there's a huge lack of boot shards. Plus, by not upgrading it, you're still giving your defenses in the area a 3% crit chance boost. So I'm still actually using that shard, but did not sink any gold to it. As we know, 2 million to upgrade that bad boy all the way is quite the chunk of change gone from the bank account. So minimize the amount of gold that you want to spend on upgrading not only your shards, but also your gear throughout the system.
No
Once
gilded
again,
shards
by
back then.
spending gold, you are going to get through it quicker and have the lower amount of maps. But this is what it took me to get through to unlock Chaos 7 and get my first Chaos 7 trials done. That way I am able to jump right over to floor 65 or floor 55 and Onslaught.
So that was the big skip then. So it was 18 maps to get to Chaos 7. That got me to 55, and then I had to go 55 to 65, which was actually 3 maps per floor. That's 11 floors because it included 55. So it was 33 more floors. So that's what? 43, 51 total maps you had to run. But the challenge here wasn't running the 51 maps. This was with using the first skip, quote unquote, skip system, where you were kind of cheesing the champion score unlocks. The problem is Onslaught was 3 maps per floor. But the issue there was no save point. So to advance to the next floor, you had to complete all 3 maps right a row. You couldn't do one and then come back tomorrow and do another and then come back the next day and do another. You had to do all 3 in a row. Now, that also meant if you lost one, say you lost in the 3rd map, you lost that floor. So you had to start over again and go back to map 1 on, say you're on floor 58, you had to do 3 maps in floor 58 to get to 59. But if you lost any of them, you started back at map 1. But the real issue, I mean, that was a problem, of course, but the real issue was the game was incredibly crashy. So this is the reason I never ended up doing like a huge Onslaught push, is it was those 3 map floors and the game would crash all the time. The 3rd map, every single floor was the Lost Temple. So every floor you had to do 1 Lost Temple clear, no matter what, and the game would barely run on Lost Temple. So it's the reason there are 2 systems in the game today, these problems. And you would get to the temple, your game would crash, you had to start back over on the first map of that floor. You'd get to the temple again, your game would crash, you had to start back over. So even though that was only technically 51 maps, there was a lot of times where it would take you 100 plus maps to do 1 AP reset using the skip system that was available at the time. Now, what this brought to the game later is at the time, they couldn't get the temple to quit crashing. So they couldn't get the temple to not be bugged. There was mobs coming out of different lanes than the lanes that were marked. There was all kinds of issues with the temple. So they gave us replay from wave, and that spawned from this era. So people would lose the temple because mobs came out of a lane that no mobs were supposed to come out of. So they had nothing built there, and they would lose that entire floor. So that's when they gave us replay from wave. Additionally, later, everyone just got sick of running the temple. So that's when they switched it over to 1 map floors.
Now, when you first reset, your first milestone is you're going to want to get to champion score 575 to unlock Chaos 2 Trials. Now, how the current unlocks work is they have a corresponding floor for Onslaught, however, you do have to do one of the Trials maps. So, your first objective, reach champion score 575 and unlock Chaos 2. Your only option at this point is to do a Chaos 1 map. Now, if you have really good luck on that 1 Chaos 1 run, you just might get to champion score 575 already, which would be pretty awesome. Now, I did not have that sort of RNG luck, so I had to do 1 Chaos 1 trial, which then unlocked floor number 3 in Onslaught. So I switched over to Onslaught and
so this was back.
1.
You went back and forth, because you could do 1 expedition map, and that would save you like 2 maps in Onslaught, which was actually 6 maps because you had to do 3 map floors. So you went back and forth in between the tiers, and that's how you would get 18 maps to Chaos 7.
Or the only map or the first map, pardon me, on floor number 3. So I did 1 Chaos 1 and 1 map of Onslaught, floor number 3, and that got me past the 575 champion score. Now I moved on to Chaos 2 and did 1 Chaos 2 trial. Now, our next milestone is to get to champion score 900. Once again, it depends on your RNG luck. You might get there quick. It might take you a little bit longer. I didn't have very much luck all the way through this reset, so I had to do a few additional floors based off of what Cookie Binger has been doing. I did get quite a bit of info for this video and my first push from Cookie, and I do appreciate all the
Cookie plays
contributions he
anymore.
made here. Now, I had to do the 1 Chaos 2 trial, and then that unlocked floor number 4. Now, floor 4, of course, is a one.
You guys know the cookie emote in Discord with the little goblin holding the cookie?
The one map on floor number 4.
That was for Cookie Binger.
Still was not quite at the champion score 900 yet. So
like most of the Discord users don't know that.
This got me over the hump. I was past champion score 900 and was able to move on to Chaos 3. So our next milestone we want to get to is champion score 1205. I did my 1 Chaos 3 map, which in turn unlocked Onslaught floor number 7. Floor 7 is once again
back and forth, so crazy.
I went over to Onslaught floor 7 and did it. This did not quite get me to champion score 1205, so I went on and did 1 map of floor number 8 as well, and that pushed me past that 1205 champion score that made it so I could unlock Chaos 4. So moving on to Chaos 4, I did the 1 trial. We're now shooting for a champion score of 1740 to unlock Chaos 5. I did the 1 Chaos 4 map, which in turn unlocked floor number 10 in Onslaught, then switched over, did 1 floor number 10 and
so
1
much
floor
confusion,
number 11
huh?
to get past that 1740 champion score to unlock Chaos 5. Popped into Chaos 5, did the exact same thing. 1 Chaos 5 trial, 2 Onslaughts, as our newest goal now is to get to champion score 2670 and a little bit more of a spread to unlock Chaos 6 trials. Now, once again, the Onslaught floor unlocked for beating that 1 Chaos 5 and having the 1740 score unlocked floor 16. So I then did 1 map of floor 16 and 1 map of floor 17 to get to that 2670 mark and unlock Chaos 6 trials. Now, once I was in Chaos 6, I just stayed there as the corresponding floor, which is a champion score of 2670 and 1 Chaos 6 win, will unlock floor 37. At floor 37, you're not going to get the loot quite the same as what you would get in the Chaos trials. So
it's so much easier now. No back and forth like that at all.
Chaos 6 trials.
I mean, a light amount, but not like that.
So it was 18 total maps prior to this point. Of course, I do need to get 1 more map done to unlock floor 55, as once you're past the champion score of 3915, Chaos 7 is unlocked.
Let's look at this. So 1 Chaos, 1 trial, and 1 map floor 3. So this, after they had already changed it to 1 map floors here. It looks like. So 1 Chaos 2 trial, and then 1 map floor, 1 map floor 4 and 1 map floor 5. Then you did a Chaos 3 trial, did a map 7 and map 8. Now you see, like, this bounce back and forth only saved 1 map. And then 1 Chaos 4 trial, and then map a floor 10 and a floor 11, then 1 Chaos 5 trial and a floor 16 and 17, then 4 Chaos 6 trials and 1 Chaos 7 trial would take you to floor 55. And at the time, of course, we had to go to floor 65 to do our reset.
To do 1 Chaos 7 win to unlock floor 55, so I came into Chaos 7 at that point. Now, to get through the system, I embraced my inner meta and went full-on Dryad.
The Dryad was so meta then.
Different Dryads and 1 Monk. I used the Monk solely for Skyguard towers, and then 1 Dryad to DPS and drop trees, 1 for the bees, and 1 for the slides.
Bees were just crazy effective at this point.
The only thing you're looking for is champion score, so don't worry if you have the best gear.
This is the thing, like, a lot of people don't give Marcos credit for what he accomplished, and it is a silly amount of grind that he did. because he went to 999 with 3 map floors, which means it took 3,000 maps for him to get to 999. But additionally, every time the game crashed, he had to start that floor over. So although it is way more difficult now as far as the game scaling to do a floor 999, it took a real special level of patience to do it back in the day. Before the stat squish, the old floor 999 was the difficulty of, like, I want to say floor 255, I think it was, of the reworked system after they reworked Onslaught. So, like I said, the difficulty wasn't there, but the amount of grind was crazy high. It's amazing that he did it.
Here on, as particularly in the current state of the game, the Dryad is easily available to power through everything.
And he did it with bees. I think that was why I was using the Dryad. The deal with the bees then is you went with Melee Boom. Or Melee Boom wasn't even here yet. Or was it? I don't have any mods, do I?
With less than ideal stats. So once again, on my DPS Dryad, I used her also to put down trees. I did.
Yeah, there's no mods yet. So this is pre-Melee Boom. So he hadn't gone to 999 at this point yet.
I didn't have any really ideal pieces as far as like a best in slot or the perfect stats. I did make sure that I always threw the healthiest totem that was available on the trees, as I did use the world trees as a blockade. Now, as I mentioned earlier,
yeah,
I did
crit damage got yeeted before
mass
mods.
destruction, and I definitely won't my next time through, as I feel that was, although it's the best in slot shard, it just costs too darn much. So until I get the gold bonuses jacked up through the roof, I'll be leaving mass destruction on the sidelines. As I mentioned, and you see with this medallion here, I'm not using the best in slot. That's the best piece that dropped. All I cared about was gear score, and I was not going to rerun any maps to find a more optimal piece, as it just wasn't required.
Same thing there now for somebody spamming it doesn't have an alt. Don't bother.
Benefit
just
of being
equip
able
what
to
you
use
got. Don't try to farm it
very effectively. I just threw on whatever I got.
Well, that was before the great power transfer nerf too.
Greatly from
that happened when crit changed.
However,
I'm pretty sure.
Defense rate shard in the mix. But once again, not looking for optimal stats, just looking for the best in slot. As you see, 12,000 defense power on the slimes, 14,000 defense power on the bees, and that's what I'm jumping into for Chaos 7. The Sky Guards have the wonderful place of, if you use Vampiric Empowerment and Power Transfer on the Sky Guard, of course I combine
that's
it with
when Power Transfer and Vamp
you can
stacked.
use a mark or a totem effectively in that tower. Now, of course, or pardon me, a medallion or a totem effectively. Now, of course, the medallion is going to get stronger DPS numbers. However, the totem is going to make it so the Skyguard takes the shots from dive bombers much easier. And basically what I did is every time I got a totem upgrade for my Dryad that was dropping the trees, I took that old totem
appreciate it,
and put it on.
We're going through the history here now.
The entire playthrough.
Crazy. Like I said, Marcos, man, he was the champ. He was the champ of the grind. There is no doubt about it. What he did was an impressive feat. So here we go. We move into mods, and I think I put this one on. This was actually the world first fully modded Chaos 8 relic. Trendy back in the day actually confirmed that. No one had a perfect... I mean, now this one wouldn't be considered perfect because it wasn't max stats. But at the time, this was the first time anyone upgraded a mod or a relic to Chaos 8 with 3 10 out of 10 mods on it for their maximum power. Remember here, there was no Chaos 8. So you had to farm the amps from Onslaught mode, and then you'll see the crazy costs associated with upgrading pieces that was around back then. But here we go. Let's do it. This is tinkering to a perfect modded Chaos 8 relic.
Hello everyone, Juicebags here, and welcome back to some Dungeon Defenders 2. Today I am getting the absolute pleasure of building the perfect Chaos 8 relic. Now, I already showed everybody exactly what not to do. I did that in the last video. Of course, when I got the first Chaos 8 amp, I got a little bit excited, went on and bumped up my relic to Chaos 8, and it was a terrible mistake. Now, I don't plan on doing this with a whole lot of relics, as I do have many more Ancient Power resets to do, and I'd like to just save the Chaos 8.
I don't remember what I did.
However, I have chosen a relic to take all the way up in this particular onslaught push.
This was the weapon manufacturer heyday.
Right here. So we've got a mark. It is not completely maxed, 51.3, just shy of the max in stats. However, as you see, I do have a max tenacity, a max shocking revelation, and I am about to put
what did I use? Controller
servo on the same relic. So this is really the key.
I can actually still remember where I got all of those pieces from. The shocking revelation I got from the vendor. You guys remember vendor defenders? I got a max shocking revelation before a vendor, or from the vendor. Tenacity I bought for 50 million gold, which at the time was considered ridiculous. And then controller I ended up buying from Cookie Binger. I think I paid him like 30 million gold for it. But that was, you know, pre-inflation. Those were big, big, big numbers. Where I don't think, I mean, besides Xbox or maybe PlayStation, I don't think a Tenacity would sell for 50 million today. I don't know. Is Tenacity worth 50 mil on PC right now? I don't think it is. It might be, but I don't think it is. But yeah, I paid 50 mil from that bad boy. And then what vendor defenders was the loot that the vendors had in town and in tavern. You've seen some at 50 mil. Yeah, I mean, that's just pre-inflation though. So yeah, I guess it's still worth 50 mil. But vendor defenders was the gear that tavern vendors and town vendors had would reset every time you zone in. And it was way faster just to reset the town over and over and over and over again than it was to actually play a map. They nerfed that pretty quick. But yeah, the people used to call it vendor defenders. I had a live stream where that's all I did. I still remember that. I sat there and went back and forth between town and tavern and checked vendors.
To make sure that your relic is completely squared away with the mods you want prior to taking it up, as it is going to gain an additional stat off of the upgrade to Chaos 8. So let's go ahead and move.
Everyone was doing it, yeah.
The controller servo right here to where the melee boom
Well,
is.
that's why it got nerfed. Literally everyone was doing it. The towns were swamped.
Mods all the way across. So now let's take a look at that bad boy again, and it is time to do it. 2 million gold and 1 Chaos 8 amp. And there we go.
Look at the cost.
Obviously, I don't have
to take this all the way up. And remember, it was only 5 upgrade levels then. So just to upgrade it 5 times at Chaos 8, it was 250 clusters, 5 amps, and 600 motes. Crazy. And 7.5 million gold, which the gold obviously wasn't a huge concern to me at the moment. Can't believe I got this nerfed. You know what? You want to know something funny, though, about shocking revelations? It 100% is my fault that it was even in the game. I looked, this is borderline breaking NDA from the RQA, but I think it's safe enough to say. But when there was that RQA group for testing Dungeon Defenders 2, they had asked us to give them a list of mod ideas because they didn't know what mods they wanted to make. And Shocking Revelations was actually on my list. It wasn't called Shocking Revelations, but basically I put down weapon manufacturer mod that gives a chance to stun enemies. And that made it into the game, which ended up being broken. And a bunch of the chromatic people, actually, or trendy people back then, actually told me, they're like, "This is your fault, man."
Anywhere near enough to upgrade it all the way to max. It's going to take a little bit before I can do that. However, if we look back at the new stats now, we see tenacity is 100% duration of negative stats.
That was such a huge deal.
Shocking revelation got bumped up to 35% chance to stun. Controller servo, 55% damage to crowd controlled enemies.
It was pre-control or pre-anti-mod nerf
absolute
too.
Beast mode, and I just cannot wait to completely destroy.
So
Onslaught
basically, what this did was it turned Onslaught into spam weapon manufacturers in every lane and go AFK, because there was no diminishing returns in the game at this point, and the stun was 5 seconds. So no diminishing returns and a 5-second stun. Basically, you stun locked every single lane until they died. And that ended up turning into the meta for a little while. The first nerf to it was they lowered the stun time down, so it wasn't 5 seconds. But it didn't matter, because if you spammed a bunch of them, you were just going to hit it again. At a 35% chance, it's a pretty high chance. And then eventually they added diminishing returns to the game.
Awesome Chaos 8 mark. So once again, before you take any of your items to Chaos 8...
And that actually is going to bring us to the last video of the day. I had to skip a bunch of videos to get here at this point. I'm actually past time. I was supposed to stop streaming 20 minutes ago, but my wife gave me the old thumbs up. And that was... there was no guaranteed mod drops before, y'all. Now, there was player trading, so you could, oops, I done did it again. I keep hitting that back to the previous video button. There was player trading in the game, so you could buy your 10 out of 10 mods from other players, but there was no way to get 10 out of 10 mods. There was no guarantee that one was going to drop, ever. So you realistically could play the game for 100 hours, just constant grinding maps, and never ever see a single 10 out of 10 mod. Which now, of course, there's the mod reroll system, and additionally, there's a guaranteed number where after so many mod drops, you're guaranteed a 10 out of 10. Now, this came in several different waves. First was the mod reroll system, which there was no protection. So same thing here, you could re-roll a mod 1,000 times and never get a 10 out of 10 because it was all straight RNG. And then at this stage is where it really entered the current, kind of the current general era of where the game is today. How many mods? I don't know the exact number. I'm sure somebody in chat probably remembers it. It's many thousands. I don't remember the exact number though. Aramir Show, do you guys remember the guaranteed mod drop rate? It's thousands of mods. You know, obviously, it's not like they rain them down at us. I think Show or Aramir might remember it. I'm not sure, though. But, yeah, anyway, you could re-roll forever. 1,084, that could be it. I just don't remember the number at all, so... Show seems to think thinks that it might be 1,084. And then, of course, the mod that does drop for you 10 out of 10 is always going to be some hunk of crap that you don't want. That's just how RNG works. But this was when the mod reroll protection came to the game. And you were at... this never left. It's 286 rolls.
Juice bags here.
Every 286 rerolls is going to guarantee you a 10 out of 10 mod.
We are now able to reroll mods. So to reroll mods, of course, you do need the pristine tokens, which are going to drop from either of the Drakenfrost maps, also an Onslaught.
This was in response to massive community feedback.
Keep map in Onslaught.
I was actually heavily pressured to this one. I had a little bit more influence in the game, or it's 1,706 total mod drops, Orbit. So every 1,706 total mod drops is a guaranteed 10. Which is, you know, obviously that's a shitload of maps. The community heavily pressured me here, and one person in particular, which I'll go ahead and call him out because, or call her out, pardon me. As I don't think she would think it was funny probably. But Nagiri Toro, anybody that remembers Nagiri Toro? Heavily pressured me to make a forum post to Chromatic about mod drops, 10 out of 10s being way too rare. So I did that. A bunch of community members all went crazy over it because they were all just angry and quitting the game. They wanted to see more 10s too. And that's when they added in this 10 out of 10
Now,
reroll protection.
One of the things that was added in the last update is a little bit of bad luck protection. And Trendy hinted at it. However,
which is a pretty normal thing in like gacha games or whatever.
Numbers.
Obviously, DD2 is not a gacha.
Myself, and I know several other people. There's 2 other people that I know of. So this is based off of.
I think it might have been Show and Xclan.
All did a reroll test where we rerolled lots. And
we rerolled to find what the number was because they didn't tell us the 286, and we all came up with the same number.
Came to the exact same number before getting a 10 out of 10. Now, this leads me to believe that this cannot.
Was it you? It was. I know Xclan was one of them because I remember he was always big on the spreadsheet, so he did a big spreadsheet recording every percentage or every mod that he got.
285 non-10 out of 10 rolls, meaning that if you re-roll a mod 285 times and do not get a 10, on your 286th roll, you will get that 10 out of 10. Like I said, this is the exact same result from myself and 2 other different sources. So 3 sources, there's just no way that that is a coincidence. And 286 is the magic number. Now the minimum amount of these pristine tokens you're going to get is 2 as you run through the maps. So this means that you would have to do a minimum of 143 maps to get the reroll tokens available to guarantee yourself a 10 out of 10 mod. Now I know some people are going to say, holy crap, 286, that's just a ton of rerolls. It's just too much, but there's a few things you need to take into consideration. Now first off, these reroll tokens can be purchased on the market, so you can buy these from other players. In addition to that, remember you're getting a targeted perfect mod.
This was before the vendor that sold them for gems too.
That you reroll, and that, of course, really is going to allow you to fine-tune your deck just over the course of a few weeks or even a few months, depending on how much you play. Now, once again, 286 is a very big number. However, you are able to target it. You're getting more than one of these items per map, and you're able to pick the mod that you're looking for. So hopefully this gives someone...
Yeah, that was the mod reroll protection when it first hit the game. Now, what I'm going to do, obviously this is not the end of the history for DD2, but it is to the current basic era of the game. Now, obviously we got more chaos tiers, we got more heroes, we got more shards, more mods, etc. But this is where the game really transitioned over to full-on crafting material grind. And it is just all about how many crafting materials or how much gold you have. And that's where we're at today. So we're going to do one more giveaway here before we call it a day. And I got to see what I got left to give away. I'm not even sure. Looks like I got, well, here you go. I'll let you guys pick it. The first person in YouTube and the first person in Twitch to type what they want me to give away is what we'll give away. So do you want a juicy item or do you want one of the streamer items? So either a juicy head flare for DD2, a juicy fruit pet for DD1. Looks like it's juicy both places. All right, so it'll be the juicy item of your choice. We've got juicy fruit pets for DD1, a juicy mask for DDA, or a juicy head flare for DD2, or a Juicy Fruit Pet for DDA. It's winner's choice, whichever you guys want. Now, we started off on YouTube last time, so let's start off on Twitch this time. And why don't we go, let's go, let's see. Why don't we go hashtag 10 years again? So give me a hashtag 10 years in chat, and that will give you a chance to win. I already gave away the 250 gems. I don't have any more gem codes to give out. They're all gone. That's why it wasn't one of the choices. You got to pick from the choices I give you. You can't just make up your own choices. Give it a little music here while we do these giveaways. So the juicy item of your choice, DD1, DD2, or DDA, get a hashtag 10 years in chat, and that will get you entered in to win. No, I had gem giveaways, Nemesis, but they're all gone. I also had pizza wings and Protean shell mitts, but they're all gone too. Chromie's hooked it up. Well, the only place you can get gem codes, Protean shell mitts, or pizza wings is from Chromatic. Pretty big milestone. So they sent me their exclusives to give away. Only a couple of them, though. Understandable. I mean, I'm surprised they sent them at all. They haven't ever given me any in 10 years to give away. Give you guys like another 30 seconds to get it in. Odinson and a Barbinator. What's up, y'all? Long time no see. It's for the juicy item of your choice there, Odinson. So DD1, DD2, or DDA. A juicy fruit pet for DD1, a juicy head mask or head flare for DD2, or a juicy fruit pet for DDA. I would love for there to be a juicy fruit pet in DD2, but it's probably asking a little too much at this point. Those pets are awesome, man. The one in DD1's a tower booster. So awesome. Anyway, so here we go, y'all. The winner on Twitch is Remkin. Remkin, congrats. Let me know in chat which item you want. DD1, DD2, or DDA, and I'll send it over to you. DD2. Man, it's your lucky day, huh? There you go. I just sent it to you. All right, now let's head on over to YouTube now. I got to log out of the bot and log in over there. So give me just a second. Good Lord, man. YouTube and Google make it so irritating to log into stuff. Chief with the sub. Thank you so much. All right, give me a hashtag 10 years in YouTube chat. Hashtag 10 years in YouTube chat for the item of your choice for any Dungeon Defenders game, DD1, DD2, or DDA. Give you guys a minute to get those entered in. So this playlist I've been going through, right now it's a private playlist, but I'm going to finish it up and add more things to get us all the way to 2024 with some of the little variations and changes that have been made to the game over the last, 4 years, 5 years? And then I will make the playlist public. So anyone that wants to go through and check it out, it will be available there. It'll probably take me a day or two to get that done. But anyone that missed any of the stream or just wants to look back or look through any of these old videos, I will have it all in a playlist all set up on the channel there where you can dip back in and check it out at the last 10 years of DD2. That's crazy, man. Back in those first videos I did talking about I thought I would end up playing the game for hundreds of hours. Ended up turning into an absolute joke. All right, it looks like the 10 years have slowed down. So remember, winners on YouTube have to send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord so I can give you your code. There's no instant messaging system on YouTube, so it's in your court. You got to contact me to get the win here. Renato, we got you in there. I'll give it just a couple more seconds. All right, and there we go. So the winner is SciTech. Rigged beyond belief. Rigged beyond belief. Tech Riot Gaming has won. So, you got me on Discord, of course. Just send me a message. Let me know what item you want, and I'll get you all fixed up. But anyway, thank you all so much, and thank you all so much for watching over the last many years. I know a lot of you all have been around since the beginning. Yep, from a MOBA till today has had some pretty big changes, for certain. But yeah, anyway, like I said, y'all, I will go through and I'll make this playlist. I'll finish this playlist with more videos, and then I'll make it public in the next day or two, and I'll post it up on the YouTube channel. So feel free to swing back in and check it out. Have a absolute wonderful rest of your day. For those that are in my Discord server, I will be posting up some giveaways in Discord as well later on today. So make sure you guys join. You got really good chances to win there, as there generally are not a ton of entries. But anyway, thanks a ton, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you all next time. Take it easy.